properly, he'll eat it because
But
he can't walk. He'll filter
I
the
have
thing,
an amazing argument for you. I have a quick amazing argument because I had this conversation with someone else and the Muslim kind of agreed with me as well. Do you think if the only reason you're harming an animal is for pleasure, do you think that that's bad?
I'm not harming an animal for pleasure.
If you find out that you are harming animal for pleasure, is that bad?
Yes, I think.
Okay. So if you find out, let's say this hypothetically, you're in a room with a table and two plates, right? One plate is a vegan curry, and another plate is a chicken with a knife next to it. You have to kill the chicken.
Okay.
Would you say that killing the chicken would be unnecessary?
What's the next plate to it, please?
So one plate has vegan curry.
Vegan curry.
So curry already made. Or even like let's say vegetables to make the curry, and you have to cut. Yeah. So between these two, which one is a better choice?
Is a better choice.
Yeah.
On personal preference, to be honest, I'll take the chicken.
Okay, so you would say that you want. Would you say that you want to harm the chicken, even though you don't have to? You don't need to.
I don't have to.
Yeah, you don't.
The way, yeah.
Yeah, because you got two plates, and they both can fulfill you, right? But one of the plates, you have to kill the chicken. Why would you want to kill a chicken if you don't need to?
Well, it's a preference choice, and I'll say why, in my point of view. Because I think there are some animals that are, we can, as Muslim, kill, as long as we don't, kill too much and throw some, even if it's not an animal. So I think I'll take the chicken, to be honest. But I don't know how to cut it.
So this is where it's going to get into a really interesting field. So do you know what a gluttony means? Gluttony, a sin of being greedy or excess in eating, right? But I wanna stick to the greed. Do you think you're greedy if you choose to kill someone who doesn't want to die?
Choose someone who doesn't want to die.
If you have the option to let someone live, but you just want to kill them because you like what they offer you, do you think that's greedy?
That's greedy. If it's an animal to me, no, not at all. For me, it's not greedy.
It's not an animal either, right? It's a it's a treasured creature, right? Like by the Quran,
it's a creature.
These creatures are treasured, right? And when I speak to people,
it's treasured.
When I speak to people who say that the only reason that they can eat meat is because on Eid they have to sacrifice an animal, right? I make the point that like the story of Eid is about the story of sacrifice. It's about the story of selflessness.
Yeah.
It's about Abraham being tested by Allah to see whether or not he was willing to kill his own son to be a good follower of Allah, right? To be selfless, right? It was the biggest, most hardest ask of selflessness, right? And when you use that story to justify eating meat for pleasure, right? You take a story about selflessness and you corrupt it for gluttonous purposes, right? Because you could be vegan every single day of the year, right? And then if you feel
except for that one day,
if you feel you have to kill an animal on Eid, right? Then I understand why you do that, right? But right, to use that story to justify eating meat every other single day of the year, right, is a corruption of that story. It's a corruption of the holiday. It's a corruption of the story of selflessness, right? The
question, my guy. How can you turn your camera on, but I can't?
You need special privileges from the moderators.
So,
you
said okay. Yeah. You said gluttony before, right?
I said it. Yeah, greed.
I need to translate that word because I don't know what it means in English.
That's fine.
Because I think it's mixed up with another word.
So these are two words. Gluttony can mean greedy, but greed is also a sin, being greedy, right?
Gluttony is living in that excess.
So if we go by some, being greedy is a sin as well, and I would say killing others if you don't need to do it, that's being basically greedy because you want something from them even though you don't need to. And as far as I know, Muhammad
Well, I've
probably was never greedy. He probably never harmed others unless he absolutely had to. But if he killed animals for pleasure, that would be a sin. That would be greed.
okay. I've searched about it, and it tells me like eating monkeys
What?
and eating like I searched about it, gluttony. So
Yeah.
I only got like about monkeys and pigs, so I need like a
No.
specific thing in Islam, like what it means in word.
It just means greed, but it's like
You
a
can,
specific type of greed.
yeah, on the side channel,
Specific type of
on the side channel I showed you the definition of it if you're struggling.
Yeah, but I mean in Islam, excess in eating. Like I need to know what they mean excess in eating. Like eating too much.
That's also, yeah, it's another one.
Eating too much. You mean eating too much?
That's one of the definitions. There are two definitions of greed, which is
Yeah, the other
one,
one.
it's greed. So if you
Greed.
GREED,
Yeah, yeah.
that means that basically being selfish in a way.
Selfish. You know, selfish has a lot of like word. Like selfish. I will not this guy take my water because I want it for myself. Even if I have too many waters, like that's an example of
Yeah,
selfishness. But it has a lot of word, meanings and things.
for
Okay.
sure.
And you guys like said harming animals, right? Like we
Mhm.
wouldn't want that you wouldn't want that in Islam.
We are against needlessly harming animals, and even certain scholars are saying that we should kind of stay away from eating animals because of the amount of like harm it produces to other individuals, including humans.
Well, if the chicken like is not a farm chicken, and what I mean by a farm chicken is like these companies they give you 100 chickens for like everyone is 1 kilo. That's like insane to get it in a coincidence, it had to be modified, edited, it's not original. So maybe that's haram, I don't know. But if you mean a chicken that is healthy, a natural chicken, it's halal.
Yeah, I still think it's
If
valid
I
because it's greedy. Because you're basically eating it out of
greedy,
pleasure.
out of pleasure.
Yeah, I think
Okay, then I
killing
won't eat the vegetable because it's out of pleasure.
No,
Listen,
no.
when I eat, there's something that
Wait,
the
wait,
Prophet said, okay?
wait. So the reason that it's a problem isn't just because it causes pleasure, but it's because it causes harm. Right? So
to someone.
doing an action that doesn't cause
Harm to
harm
someone.
for pleasure is fine, right? Like you spending your evening like singing in your bedroom is pleasurable for you and doesn't hurt anybody, so it's fine.
Unless you're screaming, and the neighbors.
Oh,
Right? But like when you're doing something that's pleasurable that causes harm, that's a problem, right?
maybe, yeah. But I think the animal's created for me, you know?
Well, that's a selfish look on the animals. That's like saying like everything is made for me. I got a permission to abuse you, so that therefore I will abuse you. But I think many people don't understand Quran the exact way because, for example, the instructions that were given on how to kill animals, stuff like that, they were made in a time where it was necessary. Right now, we don't have to do it. So if Muhammad came to this world right now and realized the amount of abuse that we do to animals, where we don't need to do it, I think he would be
Yeah.
fucking terrified.
And maybe, but if you're talking about a chicken, in your example that I will cut and that, it's okay because I handled the whole thing. Like I didn't modify it.
No, it's
I
not
didn't
bad.
like kill it in a way.
Do you think the chicken wants to live?
Chicken wants to live. Well, to be honest, I don't care.
Why don't
You don't care.
care?
I want to live too.
But
Because
the Quran
chicken is made for me.
the Quran specifically gives you ways that like these animals should be given consideration, right? Like the thing is like the Quran says that
Yeah.
certain animals should never be killed, right? Never ever.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not saying every animal should be killed. Like
Well, wait.
if
So
Mm.
like we clearly have like consideration for animals, right? Clearly the Quran wants us to have consideration for animals, right? We wouldn't create two different sort of like different groups of animals, one that we should care about and one that we shouldn't, right? So clearly we should care about them, right? It's just that the Quran says when you need to eat them, right? Then this is how you should kill them, and this is the permissible way to kill them, right? But that doesn't mean that the Quran wants you to kill them, right? And it's the same
Yeah.
way, like in the Quran, it says that it's permissible to kill someone in the form of self-defense, right? If they attack you, it's permissible to kill them, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Right? But if you went out of your way to like bait people into attacking you, to like goad people into attacking you, so that you could
Yeah.
then kill them as a form of self-defense, you wouldn't be being a good Muslim, would you? Right?
That's people, and that's an animal.
No. But the point is,
So I think that's
the point is
yeah.
you're litigating your religion, right? Your religion is not about like doing what is permissible, right? The Quran was given to us in order for us to sort of use it as a guide to be good people. It wasn't just like a set of rules that provided we follow them, it's okay, right? It's about aspiring to be the best person you can be, right? As a good faith Muslim, not just doing what is acceptable and then, expecting to get into heaven because you did the bare minimum, right?
Well, when you say stories about the animals that you say the Israeli woman, these are dogs. Okay, I won't kill a dog because there is not any benefit unless he attacks me. Okay, so that's a different story. A dog. Why is he special when you feed him? Because there's no one that hold a dog in his house, in Muslim household. Rarely you see that. So when you feed him, he might get that only food from you. Okay, that day. And when we get into chicken, that's a different story. And I will respond to I think Felix01.
Yep. What's
I
up?
kind of butchered your name.
That's fine.
So you said excess in eating, right?
Gluttony, greed. Yeah.
Gluttony, greed. Well, there is some things about greed, but not in specifically chicken. In everything you eat, even if it's full vegan thing that will get you fat, I don't know how. It is not. It's not permissible, not haram, but there's a. It's bad, but not haram. I don't know how to justify it. Okay?
I don't
It's
understand.
like, yeah, I know it's hard. There is something is haram. Okay,
Sure,
if
I
you do that,
understand.
you get a sin.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, there is something called makruh. Makruh, which means hated. So it's not totally haram, but it's hated. And
Well,
one of
wait,
the things
what
that's hated,
action?
you mentioned
What action is hated?
a lot of actions that the Prophet mentioned.
Okay.
And one of them is eating a lot and
Sure.
be fat. So I think that's what you're like missing about greed.
Well,
It's
greed.
not in animals.
I'm going based on the
specifically.
second definition of greed. So greed, it's one definition is excess of eating, and second definition, which I translated to be selfishness, being selfish. Because when you're selfish, you can be greedy. For example, let's say you're sharing. Let's say you're playing a computer game, right? And you want to share it with someone else, but you spend 1 hour playing the video game, and you only give them 10 minutes to play the video game. That's a bit greedy, right?
Yeah, that's greedy.
Yeah, and would you say that that's like bad to do?
Yeah, it's bad to do.
Okay, so would you say it's greedy to take someone's life away?
You said someone, a person, yes. Okay.
So when I say someone, I mean human and a non-human.
Human and non-human.
Yep.
Well, for me, I can't say yes or no. I say in the middle, like human, I can't take his life. But animals, maybe I will.
But it's still, the action is still selfish, being selfish if you don't need to harm animals, right?
Being selfish. Okay.
So as I gave you the example with the chicken and a knife and a curry, right? It would be selfish for you to harm some like a chicken if you don't need to, because there is someone in that chicken. That chicken has its own life, has its own personality, and has its own family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and killing it, it's like removing all of that existence away from them when they don't need to. When you don't
Okay.
need to.
chicken, you may say they have a family, they have a thing, but their kind of a purpose is to live, and someday someone will kill them and eat them. Okay,
Well, you can say the
that's
same
for
thing about.
chicken.
The issue is you can say this about any other animal. That still is not a good reason to harm them.
Other
Like-
animal.
Yeah.
Listen. Harming an animal, for me, I think it's like seeing a dog and just kick it. Like, there's no reason to kick a dog. If I
Sure.
take a knife and butcher that chicken, there's a
But there's-
reason I'm
Well,
gonna
wait.
take it to dinner.
You can say the same thing about a
Gonna be my
dog.
dinner.
You can butcher a dog and eat its meat, and there is a purpose. But it's still
Dog
bad
is
to
not
harm.
permissible.
Well, people eat
It's
dogs.
haram to eat it.
Um,
People eat dog. It's bad because dog has other uses that will,
well,
you
that's
gain
a
benefit
well.
from it,
Hold on.
like crowding.
That's a selfish perspective. It's like, what is his use for my life? How will he or she benefit me in my life? That's a selfish perspective.
Oh, like you think that. Okay. You think that chicken has its own life. Has.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. It does.
Right?
Oh.
And
Okay.
and just because they can be taken to dinner doesn't mean you need to take them to dinner, right? It's like
Maybe if I
that's
want.
true.
it's like that. It's like
Not
the ants,
necessarily.
right? Like the Quran says never
Ants.
kill ants, right? But we could eat ants, right? It wouldn't be very tasty, but we could eat ants, and they would give us nutrition, right? We just choose not to eat them.
Not really.
They would, of course,
They wouldn't give us nutrition.
of course they would.
Every animal has like a certain proteins that they can
Yeah,
give.
just take lion for
That's fine,
example out instead of the chicken, and
Yeah, but they have more.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point.
I mean,
It does
Outside.
matter.
The point is
The
that
nutrition purposes.
Yeah, but in nutrition, the whole thing doesn't really matter. All I'm saying it's like we should
I'm
not
just replying to him.
we should not look at other animals and see like
Yeah.
how will they benefit my life because I want them to be used for me. That's selfish.
Well, you kind of the human life kind of do that in kind of every part in his life in less violence forms, like you go to a job. Sometimes
Yeah,
you didn't
but
really like
but
the
hold on,
owner, but
hold
you
on,
want money from him. You
bro,
see
bro.
what you want to use from him.
But Ahmed,
Wanna
but I
get-
don't go to my job interview with a gun and say, "Bro, give me the fucking job, or I'm gonna shoot you."
Well, that's different. Okay?
But we
Because
do that with chickens. We kill chickens when we don't need to. That's the issue.
yeah, you see, that's the issue. Listen, chickens' lives for me are less. Like if a chicken in my way, of going through a road and it doesn't move, like maybe I'll kick it, something. It doesn't. That's important for me. Okay? The human is more important
yeah, but
Yeah,
because
whoa.
he can actually do. Listen. He can actually do an effect that will last after his death for a long time, not like a chicken, or maybe 1 week if the fridge is good.
So I disagree with you, right? And you
Oh.
said the statement that like an animal is less important than a human, therefore you'll occasionally like kick them, right? But just because someone is less important, that doesn't mean we shouldn't treat them well, right? Like in this conversation, I care more about Felix than you because Felix my friend and I've just met you. But that doesn't mean I would be
Yeah.
rude to you just because I care about Felix more, right?
Yeah, but that is a form of thing that you say about animal uses.
I don't. So
It's normal.
I
Be
got
honest.
yeah, but just because something
You
is
don't just
normal,
like,
doesn't mean we do it, right?
yeah, but you use persons like in humans. We don't take it to a violence form because the humans are far more important. They can do things that will, I said before, last for years. Inventions you see in front of you, the TV, who invented it?
But
This guy has important. Like, imagine I go
but
with
not-
a gun with I
but
kill him.
not
I
all
treat him like a
humans.
chicken.
Not all humans can do that, right?
Yeah,
They're
not all humans, but a lot of humans that will
But
have
that-
something that will last for a long time.
but that doesn't matter, right? Because the members of our society that can't and are incapable of doing that, we still look after. And in fact, often we give them more consideration, right? Like because they can't
Yeah.
look after themselves, right? So this idea that there's
That's-
intrinsic value in being able to shape the world around you isn't true, right? We actually are more caring about like humans that are vulnerable, right? Because they need more care,
That's okay.
right?
Okay.
So we should actually be more caring about animals because they're vulnerable and they need care, right? Like we are the custodians, right, of God's creatures, right? That doesn't mean we get to abuse them and eat them and kill them, right? It means we should look after them, right?
Look after them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Right, like
There's things about
let's talk about the way households worked 1400 years ago, right? 1400 years
Yeah.
ago, people lived, they farmed crops, right? They ate vegetables, they ate plants, they ate nuts, right? And they had animals in their lives, right? That they fed and they looked after and they cared about, right? And then when things happened that were bad, and the option was either starve or kill the animal and eat the animal, they killed and ate the animal. But they didn't eat meat
Mhm.
3 times a day, right? They didn't have animals that they fed just to eat, right? These animals were like
Mhm.
creatures that they looked after and they cared about. And when the option was either eating them or starving to death, they ate them. But it's a modern thing to eat animals 3 times a day, right? It's a very modern thing to like industrially farm animals on a ridiculous scale
True,
just
true.
so we can eat them,
That's true.
right? I think I genuinely have no issue if some person ran a cow sanctuary, right? And they looked after their cows their entire life, and then one day something really, really awful happened and there was for some reason zero food, and they had to make the
Yeah.
decision between eating all the cows, right, or every single person in their village starving. I wouldn't necessarily mind that much if they did that, right? But we're not in that situation, right? And I think if you have the ability to keep a cow alive, keep an animal alive, and never eat them, just look after them for their entire life, then that is what we should do, right? We shouldn't eat them for pleasure.
Okay. Maybe that's a good point.
And
Maybe at
you
pleasure.
have the ability to do that. You have the ability to spend the rest of your life not eating any animals and just looking after God's creatures.
Mm. Okay. Maybe that's a good point.
I do have a study from the Islamic scholars saying that people or Muslims should focus on like vegan actions, especially for environmental perspectives. Because if you're consuming animals, you're basically showing that you're okay with destroying the world for your own desires, which is bad.
Yeah, because
Maybe that's the case.
each individual's like sort of best ability to reduce like their impact on the climate is to not eat meat and dairy.
Hold on, I'll
Maybe.
post to if
I
anyone's
think
interested.
if you search about the Prophet way of eating, like there's, I think it's I don't remember the website, but it's telling you how the Prophet was used to eat, what he used to eat,
Hmm.
meals that he prepared, and a lot of it was vegan. So maybe you had a good point there of saving the animal
And
and eat it when you have to.
he lived a long time ago, right? You know,
Yeah,
and he also had to set a precedent that other people could follow, right? Like the Prophet Muhammad might have been able to sort of like summon meat out of thin air, right? But like that he was setting an example about how Muslims should live, right? So he had to do things that Muslims were capable of doing at the time, right? And one of those things, unfortunately, was when you needed to eat animals, eating animals,
yeah, that's true.
right?
Maybe I think you have a good point there, like saving the animal when you need it. In case of a war, something that only animals can, do.
Right? Because like
Maybe that's a good.
we
That's a
can
good
be
point.
Muslim and vegan, right?
That's a good point. But I'm not talking about vegan specifically. Uh, or I don't mean vegan. Muslim. Forget this guy.
The reason I know so much about Islam is because I've had a lot of conversation with Muslims, and because I have a lot of friends who are Muslim who are also vegan. Right? I live
Oh.
in Bradford, which is one of the highest populations of Islamic people and Muslims
Mm.
in the UK. It's like 31% or something, very high. So I have a lot
Yeah,
of these
that's
conversations with Muslims, right? And a lot of them
You
do.
learn.
Yeah, exactly, right?
You learn from them. Yeah. You have a good point.
Thank
You know,
you.
saving the animal for later.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we've had a really, really good conversation, but there's a lot of people in the room,
Yeah, that's.
and I might open the floor to someone else if that's okay.
It's okay, but I kinda felt nervous in there. You know?
I think you did great. I think you made your points great. I think you were very like you listened. We listened to you. I think we've come to some agreement that maybe Eid is a fractious one, but I think apart from Eid, I think there's a pretty good case that we could just not eat animals for the rest of the time.
Also, just a quick thing. When it comes to Discord, if you want more people to join this VC, turn off your cam because it locks it to 25 people's only.
Are you trying to tell me to turn my cam off?
No, you can have more people if you turn off the camera because 25 people is the limit with the camera on.
But then we have more noise.
So thank
Felix.
you guys. I have to
It's
go.
up to you. Yeah. No problemo.
Cool.
Anyone else? Anyone interested? Hello? 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 Damn,
No one wants to jam.
everyone. Hmm. I need to do some coding real quick. Let me check something. Let's do this. Let's do 100.
There's no one in here wants to talk about animals. Not a single person.
Not a single soul.
Is anyone in here not vegan? Or have we all been converted?
Yo.
Yo.
I mean, I'm not vegan.
Hello.
I,
Hello.
First come first. Someone said I'm not vegan. You're up.
Are
uh,
you good?
Anyway,
Naira, how come you're not vegan, man?
honestly, force of habits.
Okay.
Also food prices and just conveniency. To be honest, I try to eat as little meat as possible, though. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not. If I would look at the issue objectively. Veganism would be most definitely the way to go, especially considering for the animals and um, just our whole systems overall. I think we're able to provide everything we need for our bodies, especially in this day and age without having the need to eat animals, you know.
I have a question, Tommy. If you had some help going vegan, would you?
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
There
Like
you go.
if yeah, I'm not close to the idea.
I've sent you a link. Um, that should help with yeah,
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
no problem. Why is this not working? Coding. Ah.
So, sorry, I wasn't. I was doing other things. So you said that money was an issue for veganism.
Yeah, just in general, like uh, if I'd were to want to eat more in a vegan way,
Hmm.
but still in a healthy way,
Hmm.
because I've learned that vegan does not mean healthy.
It's true.
Uh, but it is expensive. Like I already food around here. Like at least I live in Canada,
Uh-huh.
and food is pretty expensive.
Are vegetables
So
expensive?
yeah, they're really expensive.
Are they?
Because yeah, especially because soon the season is gonna be over, and we have winter for like 7 to 8 months around the year.
You must.
So harvest isn't possible throughout those times,
Yeah, but
and
you
it's
must.
hard.
You must be able to buy canned beans and like frozen vegetables, right?
Oh yeah, we do have canned products.
Right. So
Yeah.
my diet will mostly um it'll mostly be like canned beans, frozen vegetables, rice, and then spices, right? And then like canned tomatoes for like a sauce, or like oat milk for a sauce, or some sort of like like you don't need to eat expensive vegetables to be healthy, right? You don't even need to eat
Yes,
fresh vegetables to be healthy.
but let me ask you this question:
Uh-huh.
do you enjoy the experience of eating in those instances?
I do, knowing that I'm not paying for an animal to be abused. Yeah, I do. Because I think
Yes,
I
but
think I think there is an inherent pleasure in doing things that are moral.
no, 100%, and I agree with you. I'm just more saying that I think there's a middle ground in the sense of like, I think there's a way
What's the middle ground?
to enjoy the experience of eating, but without killing animals. But it's just that if this were to be, if I were to want to do this, it's more expensive because I've tried canned beans and those stuff. Maybe I'm not the best at cooking them, but it's not the most pleasuresome experience I have when I eat.
I it's okay, right? But so I would make the argument, right? Like if you say that in order to have a vegan diet, like it needs to be slightly differently tasting, right? So sorry, let me remake my point. If you say that to have a vegan diet, it needs to be just as tasty, right, and just as like cheap, right? Then what you do is you give the animals' lives zero value, right? I think in order to be vegan, we have to accept that like it might taste slightly different, and maybe it might be occasionally slightly more expensive, right? Or we might have to like travel further to get things we want, right? But that is the value of not killing an animal, right? And I think like the value of not killing animals is enough to justify that. And I think, if you say it's not, then we have to ask like when is it okay for like dogfighting, right? How much pleasure does someone have to get before it's okay to watch two dogs rip themselves to pieces in an arena? And I'm sure most people would say there's no amount of pleasure that justifies two dogs ripping each other to pieces in an arena, right?
I agree with you, but wait a second. Okay, if I can play devil's advocate for a sec there,
Mhm.
because I feel like context matters a lot within those situations. Is because if we take it in consideration, like if a surgeon is performing surgery
Mhm.
on a patient, that's a good thing. But if a surgeon is performing surgery on somebody unknowingly, that's a bad thing.
Yeah,
My example is more to say that like the context does matter.
I
I'm
agree.
not saying that we should. I'm not saying that we should abuse of animal lives. I think there's a lot more ethical ways to go about it.
Mhm.
Um, and as I previously mentioned, I'm not even gonna try to be a hypocrite and say that it is a necessity because it's not.
I agree.
Uh, but if we take in consideration the privilege that we have living in somewhat developed countries, not
Well,
everywhere has
wait,
the
wait.
same.
So I'm only
Sorry.
talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about you,
Okay.
right? So I don't I'm not gonna debate about whether or not someone in the depths of the Amazonian rainforest, or like someone who's an Inuit
Okay.
in northern Canada. I'm just talking about you.
Okay. Let's talk about me then. I was born in Haiti. I lived most of my life there.
Uh-huh.
In Haiti, there's a lot of cultural aspect. There's a lot of stuff that prevents this from being
Mhm.
considerable on a long period of time.
Mhm.
And there's other factors that needs to be taken in consideration as well. But I do agree with you that eventually it would be best for animal and for us as well to all convert to veganism. Like I'm playing devil's advocate, but I do agree with your standpoint in the sense of like right now it's not a good thing. I should be doing the switch. I'll most likely be doing the switch because now like I feel like a bad person, but um, at least at some point. But yeah,
Mhm. So in regards to Haiti, me and Felix have a mutual friend who I think originally was from Haiti. Um, they now live in New York, but I think they still have family in Haiti, and you know they are Haitian. Um, I don't outreach countries. I don't outreach um, homeless people. I outreach individuals. I ask the individual whether or not they're capable of doing it, and I don't get to tell them whether they are or not, right? I just ask them if they are, right? I think I have a lot of friends in Canada who are vegan, in various different places, West Coast, Central, like East Coast. I think it is easy to be vegan in Canada. It might be slightly more expensive. I think Canada has some issues with food. But the cheapest diet on the planet is rice and beans, right? And if you care about animals, you can sacrifice your food sort of pleasure to make sure we don't kill animals, right? And I'm really glad that you're being honest, and I really do hope you make the switch. And it's the best decision I ever made in my entire life, and I think most vegans would say the exact same thing. And it's really not as hard as it seems once you start doing it. The hardest day to be vegan is day one, right? And then it just gets easier every single day.
Fair point.
Yeah, thank you for chatting.
Thank you for sharing.
No, you're very good. You're good. It was a wonderful conversation. Does anyone else want to
Has
go?
anyone in the seen They're Trying to Kill Us, that newer documentary yet?
I've not. I've heard of it though.
Very good.
Debate
I liked it quite a bit.
veganism.
Are there any non-vegans who want to speak?
Yes, I am a vegan.
You are a vegan?
Yes, I'm from India and we do not eat meat.
Amazing. What about dairy and eggs?
Yeah, means I have eaten, but like it was like unknowingly.
Okay. I'm really glad you're vegan. And it's lovely to meet you. But I want to make more vegans. That's why I'm here. Is anyone not vegan? I feel like
I'm not a vegan, man.
you're not
No.
vegan. Okay.
I'm not vegan too.
Okay. Does either of you want to talk about it? Like, why are you not vegan? Like, why do you eat animals?
Just because I've been doing it from my childhood, and all the people in my family are doing the same thing.
Okay.
I'm still 17 years old, and I just live with my parents,
Mhm.
and everything that I'm eating is actually being chosen by my parents, not by me.
Can we
Well,
deal with the
same,
noise, Felix?
same for me. I live in Siberia, so we can't live here without meat.
So
So,
go on, sorry.
basically it is very cold in the winter, so we have to gain some energy from food.
Mhm.
So, and we can do it from the vegan food.
So I genuinely don't know whether or not you can buy that many vegan products in Siberia, but you do not need like meat in order to be able to survive hostile environments. We've had vegans climb Everest eating only plant-based foods, right? Like we've had vegan explorers walk across Antarctica taking only plant-based foods, right? Plant-based diets are enough to sustain you, even in cold environments. There's a lady called Fiona Oakes, and she ran a marathon around Antarctica, and she did so on a plant-based diet.
Wow, that's actually amazing.
It's cool, but so.
But it might be it might be harder to be vegan in northern Siberia than most places on the planet, right? I'm not saying that it's easy for you to do, but I'm saying you can exist there on a vegan diet if you can get the foods that you need, right? Which I would imagine they sell rice and beans, right?
I
You
mean,
know,
it's easier to say if you live in the hot climate, so you don't need uh, much
So,
meat.
well, so the thing is, when we're talking about living in a cold environment, you don't need protein. You just need carbohydrates, right? We burn carbohydrates to keep warm, right? You need protein and like various amino acids and like vitamins and minerals to be able to like build your body, right? But once you've built your body, if all you want to do is keep your body warm, you just need energy. You just need carbohydrates, right? Which, rice, potatoes, pasta, these are all carbohydrates that are vegan, right? So you don't need an excess of meat because you don't need protein. Like you don't need an excess of protein, right? You just need carbohydrates to keep warm,
Carbs, baby. Mm-mm-mm.
right? Like so I run ultra marathons, right? And in order to be able to run long distances, you need lots and lots of carbohydrates, right? So it's the same as
Yeah,
living in a colder climate. You just need more carbohydrates. Right? I don't have to eat an exorbitant amount of protein. I just have to eat lots and lots and lots of like starches.
yeah, I agree. So I can get some protein from nuts or something like that. Uh,
So
the, uh, but it is good
meat is
anyway.
good, and that's a different argument, right? Meat is good is a different argument, right? But just because something's pleasurable, it doesn't justify it like abusing another individual, right? You know, like if I really enjoyed, kicking a dog, that wouldn't make kicking a dog morally acceptable, right?
Yeah, I'm against violence against animals, and I couldn't personally kill an animal.
Mhm.
And I understand that it is bad, but
You feel like it's a necessity.
yeah,
Yeah, right. And that's why we're here is to explain that it's not a necessity, right? And I can tell you that with certainty that it's not a necessity for you to eat animals, right? It might be way less convenient for you to be vegan in your country, in your area of your country rather, than mine, right? But it is possible.
I understand. Where are you from?
I'm from the UK. I'm from Northern England.
Okay.
So one of the easiest countries on the planet to be vegan, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Wait, someone said I'm not trying to lose fat, but not muscle. So try to get as much calories from protein. Yeah, when you eat a lot of protein, your protein or muscles probably going to stay the same, unless you're actually starving yourself to death. Because usually when it comes to like having a built body and keeping that, let's say you're gonna be sick for the next 3 months. I mean, in that situation, I'm still kind of sick, but if you eat enough calories and enough protein, you should be fine. You don't need to eat like 100 or 200 grams of protein a day. You just need to like keep it within just the normal limits of like 80 grams, let's say. Also, Rudra, the guy's points are actually are valid because, like, no matter, because the point is, like, how do you commodify females for pleasure? Like, that's bad, right? Do you think like commodifying females for pleasure is bad? Let's say I found a business where I commodify females in some way and sell the bodily fluids that they produce. Do you think that's bad? Oh, they're not even in the VC? Or are they in the VC? They're not even in the VC.
you just
Fuck.
left 5 seconds ago.
Let me try to. There you are.
What's your name, Jess, doing activism? How can I just call you?
My name's
Jess.
Jess.
Your name is Jess.
Yeah.
So, Why do I need to become a vegan? I just didn't quite catch
So
this point.
vegans believe, right, that
Yeah,
we should
obviously.
live a life with as little animal suffering caused by our existence as possible, right?
Mhm.
So if you think animals suffering is a bad thing, right, then I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
you should also lead a life where you don't contribute to animal suffering.
Well, that means that you think that if there will be more vegans, then less animals would have to suffer, right?
Yes.
Don't you think that it will lead to some sort of decreasings in the economies of different countries?
So I think inherently, like the economies of different countries are already not equally balanced, right? And like you could make this argument about the abolition of slavery, right? You could say that like if we got rid of slaves in the 1800s, it would have destabilized the economy. But that's
Yeah, yeah,
not a
sure.
good justification for continuing slavery, right?
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right.
Right? Like there are other ways we can fix like the inequality of economies. Um, and also like if we're talking about economies, right, like one of the leading causes of climate change is animal agriculture, right, and animal agriculture is going to devastate sort of equatorial regions of the planet, right, which are already usually less economically sort of like capable zones, with people who are exploited by more economically capable countries, right. So continuing to eat meat in the exorbitant amounts that our planet is actually further separating the economies of our planet, right? Like the equatorial regions that are usually less well off are going to get further and further sort of like abused
Sort
by
of
the.
inflation on the meat or something like this.
Well, no, no, more that like economies die when the people in their countries die, right? And climate change is going to devastate. Not a good justification for continuing slavery,
Oh,
right? So, you know, like that was just an extra point that like by eating meat, you actually sort of damage the very thing that you were worried about sort of fixing.
by the way, you said that United Kingdom is one of the best countries to be a vegan, right?
Yes, it's the most privileged probably country to be vegan in.
What does United Kingdom do for its citizens to make the country like free for vegans?
Right. So there are countries in Europe with larger well, there's Israel, which is the largest vegan population on the planet, which is maybe a better country to be a vegan. Maybe I've never been to Israel, so I can't speak.
Not at the current moment. It's kind of. But
Well,
anyway.
yeah. But if you go to like a European hotspot for like vegan food, you'll find like really, really good vegan restaurants and you'll find places with vegan options. But when you live in the UK, like almost every single business will have at least one vegan option, which I think is just better, right? If every single place you ever go, there is at least one option that you can eat as a vegan, I think that's a more privileged place to live than places where you can find like unique vegan restaurants, right?
Yeah, that has a point actually.
So, having had this conversation, would you consider veganism?
I just don't know. Maybe in some time, but not right now. I think that like changing the way changing like your diet is something hard, especially for me whenever I still live with parents. It's just physically hard. I just don't know.
But
Maybe
isn't it worth that, right? Like, because right, you're basically saying that like it's not convenient for me, right? That's what you're saying, right?
yeah, it's not convenient for me.
Right, but
Even though I
wait.
yeah, you
But
can.
isn't that inconvenience lesser than the inconvenience of the animals, right? Because the animals are being killed, right? They're being killed and they're
But
being abused, right?
you know, maybe it'll sound some sort of give me a second. Maybe it'll sound some sort of egoistic, but why do I need to care about animal lives in order to like make my life less convenient? Maybe yeah, it sounds
Mm.
like egoistic, but changing my mind or my point of view from this would be like hard.
Well, I mean,
Even though I understand
so
everything
I'm
still.
not here to change your mind whether you do, right? Either you do care about animals or you don't, right? Like I can't really change that. I can't make you care about animals, right?
Yeah,
But
sure, sure, sure.
I think the root sort of cause of what you're saying isn't usually because you don't care about animals, but it's because you don't think that your contribution is like important, right? So you think that your individual contribution doesn't matter, right?
Probably it's so, yeah.
Right? And I think a lot of people think that, right? But
And that's why many people don't become vegans, even though they want to become so.
right? But I think we realize that that's not true with other things, right? Like, like we live in a world that's like full of litter, right? Do you litter?
Do I what?
Do
Do
you
you throw rubbish on the bin?
Yeah, I throw rubbish in the bin, of course.
Yeah, you don't drop it on the floor.
Yeah, of course.
But your individual contribution to littering doesn't really matter that much, right? So why do you do it? Why have you taken why have you robbed yourself of the convenience of just dropping litter on the floor?
I'm just how can I say this word in English? I'm just solidary to like other people since
Exactly.
no one wants to see like trash.
Right? Isn't it weird how we live in a world where it's more abhorrent to like put inanimate objects on the ground, right, than to literally pay for animals to be killed?
But can I just interject there, because like I think he brought up a point that's really important to take in consideration, is social pressures. Because for one, a big influence in what we do is the culture around us, is the
Exactly.
people around us.
I agree.
Oftentimes, like I've tried it before, and like say 2 weeks in, like going outside, like you mentioned, yes, there were some vegan options in the menu at the restaurant, but what was that vegan option? A salad. And I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to pay $45 to eat a salad. But I do understand, and yet again, I'm gonna say this again, like I do agree with your points, and your points are very logical and are true. So take bear that in mind, but I'm still trying to play devil's advocate in that situation,
Mhm.
because I
Can I
do
answer?
believe in one sense that there's social pressures
Mhm.
pushed upon us, and also I think there's differences.
Oh, these guys.
Hold on. I'll mute them.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I answer? Because I think you made a lot of good points, and I don't want to miss answering them.
Oh yeah,
Give me
go ahead.
1 second. I'll mute them real quick. Give me 1 second. And boom.
So I think the first point you made about social pressure is really important, right? And I think that's sort of the cause of my argument, right? Is that we live in a society where littering is wrong, but eating animals isn't, and that's why we don't litter, but we do eat animals, right? Because we get a lot of our morality from the people around us, right? And I think part of why it's so hard to be vegan is because you have to accept that, like, even though society as a whole has accepted that this is moral, you're going to realize that it isn't and not do it anyway, right? Which is, I think, why people struggle to go vegan, is because they don't want to step outside of social norms. And then you sort of talked about like this idea that like just like the food sometimes isn't good, right? And I agree with you, right?
Mhm.
You don't want to pay £45 for a salad, right? But we have tools in place to sort of rectify that, right? Like there's an app called Happy Cow that exists, and it gives you vegan restaurants all over the planet, right? I highly recommend everyone in the chat who's even vaguely considering going vegan looks up Happy Cow, right? It's an amazing resource, right? And I think it's also important to remember that by being a vegan in society, by stepping out and going first, you create um, pressure in order for there to be better vegan food, right? In order for society to cater to vegans better, right? The reason that the UK is one of the best countries to be vegan is because we have a vegan population that existed before us, right? And made like a financial incentive for there to be good vegan options, right?
Yeah, and that's 100% true. But once again, what everything you're saying, I agree with it. Like, I just like to debate for debate's sake. But do you believe that at the core there's and that's gonna be a bit maybe a bigger topic of discussion, but like a question of free will, in the sense of like, when you're born, you don't get to decide what you do and what you don't like, therefore influencing your decisions. So what if you're a person that you're is more inclined to feel empathetical to animals, which makes you unable to be more easily vegan compared to somebody else? How can you kind of argue with that? Or if I could rephrase my question, would be what could be a good argument for you to change from veganism to I don't know what's the term for people that eat meat.
Emo.
Omnivorism.
I mean, so I would eat meat, right? If God created it in front of me and there was no suffering, right? If God came into my room, you know, sat in front of me and was like, "Here you go, Jess. Here's a steak." I'd magically click it in front of you, right? Because then there's no suffering, right? Or if we grew it in labs, I might eat it, right? Like the thing is that the way that you can convince me to eat meat, right, is by proving to me that like no one has suffered for me to have this product, right? And that's the same with clothes, right? I buy most of my clothes from like a charity shop now because I know that like, you know, at least that's like ethical, right? Like, you know, um, and I think people say that like, you know, all vegans are like hippy dippy and they care about animals and that's why they don't eat them. That's not true. I genuinely did not give a fuck about animals when I went vegan. I went vegan because I wanted to be logically consistent and because even though I wasn't really a massive animal lover, I was aware that these creatures were suffering, right? I could see them suffering. And I didn't want to pay for creatures that I knew could feel pain, because I, as a human, have felt pain, right? To be in pain, right?
Yeah, very valid. Honestly, very 100% valid.
Right?
Yeah, nothing.
But I don't debate for like the pleasure of debate, right? I debate because I want to make vegans. So I'm gonna be a little bit of a pedant and I'm gonna say, Tommy, why can't you be vegan? Why after having this conversation can't you go away and be vegan?
Oh no, no, yeah, I'm really considering it. I'm not saying that there's nothing holding me back. You made some very compelling arguments, and it's something I will like thinking more and more about it, just to be logically consistent, as you mentioned. Like, see, there's not an actual reason for me not to be vegan. I mean, I'm already halfway there. I'm lactose intolerant, so I don't eat like any dairy products and stuff like that.
Congratulations.
So no, honestly, you're making very compelling arguments, and I'm really considering it, to be honest.
So I would end just by saying that.
Argument that was brought up earlier, if that's possible.
Let me finish the conversation first. So I would just end by saying that, look, like every day you're considering it, you're financially incentivizing a world that I don't think you agree with, right? And I don't think we should financially incentivize things we don't agree with, right? So I would
Discord.
I would strongly consider you to like, you know, if you are considering it and you do think I am right, then there's no reason to wait, right? You know, sign up to Veganuary, have a go, you know. But anyway,
Thanks.
thanks for the conversation. Right, someone else wanted to interject.
I just wanted to bring up an argument that was brought up earlier, and there was a false equivalency I wanted to point out. Somebody was comparing, obviously, the use of slavery in the United States back to the.
I never said it was equivalent. It was a comparison, not equivalency.
Right, but I would just like to point out that yes, I understand that the comparison is there for a reason, but I don't think the importance or the significance of these two things is anywhere near related, given the fact that
It doesn't matter. I never at any point stated.
Can I please finish my?
We've talked before, and you've been pointlessly pedantic, so I'm stopping you being pointlessly pedantic. You're saying I equated, or I compared them, or I said they were equivalent. I never said that. It was a comparison.
Right, but I would like to point out the lack of equivalency.
Well, you don't need to point out the lack of equivalency because I never said they were equivalent.
Right. But in comparing two things, there is a somewhat of a an implied.
No, there's not. There's not an implied equivalency. That's not. You imply equivalency, but there's not. Right? We constantly compare kicking a dog to buying meat, right? But a dog doesn't get killed. A dog doesn't get chopped up and eaten. A dog doesn't die when you kick them. Right? So there's no equivalency there.
I just wanted to point out the impact on economics.
But
and how they're not.
It doesn't matter. This is a pointless like argument because I didn't say they're equivalent. Does anyone else want to?
guys. That's
Why
why
not?
I'm bringing it up.
Wait,
I don't
wait.
care.
I'm talking with the people on the side channel, and I constantly have to point out that humans are in fact animals. We are animals, right? Holy moly! Hold on. Can you come the day VNVC? Question mark. Let's see. Yo, ZM. Okay. Okay, let's see if they're gonna hop into the VC. I really want them to.
So let me see if I can shift this into a genuine question here. What would be the plan to shift our economy from omnivorous to full-on vegan, given that maybe 1 or 2% of the global population is vegan?
Okay, I have a quick question. You would be against slavery, right?
Again, the issue there is
Wait,
that
wait. Okay.
5% of the population was using slavery. My question is, what would be the plan?
It's a supply and demand thing.
Yeah. The market, as demand changes, the market shifts. You know, it's capitalism. We don't like it,
And
but people keep saying it
understand.
functions.
I know, but my question is, what's the plan to do that? What is the plan to get these omnivores
We don't need a plan.
on board with it?
We don't need a plan.
We don't need a plan.
No, we live in a
People-
capitalist society. It's up to the market to fix itself. Like if
Hello.
we lived in socialism or communism, then we'd have to have a plan. But because we live in capitalism, we just rely on the market to regulate itself. Woo capitalism! Let's
Yeah,
go
but right now-
capitalism! Woo
right
capitalism!
You find the benefit. Good job.
I found the benefit.
Wait, hold on. Nail, we're still using slavery to this day when it comes to a lot of products that we already buy. How do
I'm
you,
well aware.
yeah, how should we prevent slavery then?
Again, you cannot buy things from.
Whoa, whoa! That's what we want to do. That's what we're doing.
Hello.
And that's the question I was really asking there.
Well, you asked this. You already asked.
You answered it.
What's the plan? What are these tactics? That
People
you guys
stop
are
buying.
in
If
order
you
to
stop
shift
buying
to
animal
achieve
products, the
lasting
market will
domination?
shift. Right?
If people stop buying slavery, slavery stops.
Right, and how do
Well,
you
I
get
think that
people
the most
to stop buying those products? That's my question.
Education.
well, I think
Education.
yes. There you go.
Hello.
So if you want to see the various ways I do vegan activism, you can follow me on Instagram and you can see that I do corporate outreach, I do government outreach, I do individual accountability outreach, I do supermarket outreach, I do everything.
I'm familiar with your work. I
Right.
mean, I'm very impressed, and I think it's laudable.
Well, that's how you change society. You change society by doing everything at once.
But I think like the bigger thing is to provide an alternative
Hello?
that people like, and I think that's the biggest thing you can do.
Hello?
Because it's really hard for people to give up something they like, right? So maybe finding a
well, then the
healthier
question is, yeah, the same question can apply towards slavery. Someone says, "Well, I really like these shoes, even though it's 5 children had to be abused. I just like them so much." And then you just have to, and then it's just the same form of.
Then the obvious fix would be provide the shoes that doesn't use child labor, right?
Yeah, but the person will still buy child labor, even if the shoes are, identical. They can just make a claim that, oh, they're cheaper, so I'll still abuse our children for those shoes.
The way to do it would be to find a way to make them cheaper.
Yeah, but that takes time.
I mean, you take it one step at a time, right?
Look, we don't
My
care
doctors
about
wanted to ask me
the
if
cost
I could
and
give
stuff. We
my
care
medical
about the
records
ethics.
to
If
my
the person
kidney
told
donation
us,
group.
Many people do care about the cost because let's be
I
honest,
think
many people do struggle with money.
Yeah, I think if someone was to say, I prefer these Nike shoes because they cost less, I don't need to buy them, but I still buy them. I don't care about the children. I think we should just say, fuck that guy. He's unethical as fuck.
Yeah.
But we do have alternatives. We have plant-based Adidas.
Also,
Fuck them. How are we going to change things?
we're breaking the golden
Hello.
we're breaking the golden rule of individual like vegan outreach, which is you talk about the person you're talking to, right? Because we don't need people in like the middle of the Amazon jungle or rainforest, sorry, to go vegan, right? We need you to go vegan, right? Because there's no point us talking about the hard people to go vegan when there's loads of people who can very easily go vegan who currently aren't vegan, right? The way that you create social change is getting the people who can currently do it to do it and then worrying about the people who can't, right? So you're obfuscating like an actual productive conversation, so we can talk about something that doesn't actually benefit veganism.
No, what I'm talking about is how can we get everybody on board in a manner that is to not.
Nal, are you vegan?
Hello guys.
No, not all the time.
Okay,
I
so
do enjoy
can I
eating
ask you a
stuff
question?
around. Yeah.
Let's say you were really, really invested in people not abusing children, right? Hypothetically, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And you came into an environment to educate people on whether or not, they should continue to abuse children. Like, a rehab center in a prison, perhaps, right? And you were talking to an individual who still abused children. And they wanted to have a conversation with you about why some people in certain areas of the planet need to abuse children instead of why they abuse children, right? Can you see how that would be an unproductive conversation to have with that specific
I can see how
individual?
that's an unproductive conversation, but the question I asked was again, what does vegan activism look like in terms of changing capitalist economies?
So I've shown you that, right?
Shifting preference, I would say, from a product that has harm to one that doesn't, of which there are plenty. We have plant-based alternatives. We have mock meat alternatives. We have a number of viable options that we can shift demands toward.
Yep.
So do any non-vegans want to speak about why they're not vegan? No. So I said this in a really polite way, but this is a pointless conversation. So do any non-vegans want to speak about why they are currently not vegan?
Everyone was just here to listen.
Hello guys, can you tell me where is vegans? Because I don't know vegans.
Events?
You want to meet vegans?
What?
Oh, what was the question?
He said, "Where are vegans?" and he wants to meet vegans.
Hello, I am le vegan.
Yeah. I don't know where is vegans. So can you tell me where is place?
Are you vegan?
First thing you say, you have to say what vegans.
Are you
Specific
vegan?
place. Yeah.
You are vegan?
I no,
Where?
I don't know. I don't know exact meaning of vegans.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm new to hear that word. So
Okay.
can you tell me what is this?
So it's people who don't eat any animal flesh or products that come from animals. Right? So no milk, no dairy, no meat, no fish, no eggs, no honey, no leather, no wool.
Okay.
Is that
Not, I couldn't
Yes,
understand it. Can you explain once again, please? Yeah, I can't get.
So there's this website called Google. It's really good. You can Google what is a vegan.
Jess, I wanted to ask you.
Oh my god. Anastasia, I'd love to talk. I'd love for someone who's vegan to talk to Anastasia. It doesn't have to be me.
Hello, I have a question.
I'm vegan.
Hey, Anastasia. Anastasia, what's going on? Why are you not vegan? What's keeping you from joining us?
Anastasia's from Siberia, northern Siberia, and is genuinely interested in veganism.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I agree that I agree with Jess that it is easier to be a vegan in Europe, but maybe not in Russia. We have some other problems, you know. So it's not my priority to revise my
Hello,
eating
everyone.
habits. So, Jess, I wanted to ask you, since what age are you a vegan?
Sorry.
28.
28 years old. Yeah.
Yeah. How old are you now?
I'm 33.
Okay. Uh, I wanted. I also wanted to mention that you look like David Bowie.
David Bowie. I get that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that a
Not
lot.
about this the current topic, but I wanted to mention this.
So, having had this conversation with us, Anastasia, do you think you're going to go away and try to be vegan?
Yeah. If Anastasia doesn't want to answer, we're happy to hear your question.
Sorry, what was the question?
I said, having had this conversation, having listened to these conversations, do you think you should go away and try to be vegan?
I don't know, maybe in the future, but not now.
Why not in the future? Because I said to Tommy earlier, right? I said that, like, if you agree with me and you think that I'm right, and you think that animals deserve consideration, right, it is something we should actively work towards, right? We should try and put that into action.
Maybe first I want to move abroad. So I want to move to Europe.
Can I ask why?
Somewhere in the why?
Yeah.
Why?
So, do you think it would be harder to move to another country or to be vegan in your country?
I would say that this is my priority right now. To look for opportunities to move abroad, and then I want to arrange my life. Something different.
So people say this to me a lot of the time about very different things, right? About a whole variety of different topics, right? But I think we can prioritize multiple things at once, right? Like we can have multiple different things all be a priority, not the priority, right? But we can have different aspirations simultaneously, right? And it's not hard to be vegan. Like like in most places on the planet, right? It might be less tasty, right? It might be slightly more expensive, or you might just have to eat cheap, boring food, right? But if you're already trying to save money up to leave the country, then eating cheap, boring food might actually be a positive and not a negative, right? Because you could probably just eat rice, beans, and various like frozen vegetables and like maybe a B12 supplement and have a pretty healthy diet, right? And you'd also be saving a lot of money to then save up to like move abroad, right?
Yeah, it would be good, but what about the quality of this food?
So it's a misconception that like vegan diets have to be expensive, right? When we look at the cheapest sort of countries on the planet, right? The poorest countries on the planet, most of those people are subsisting on very cheap foods, right? Like rice and beans, right? I keep mentioning rice and beans, right? These are not expensive foods, and they give you a lot of the nutrients that you need, right? Then you just need very sort of like specific different things on top of those to make sure you have a nutritionally complete diet, right? So like this idea that like some foods are worse for you just because they're cheap is not true, right? Like, and they benefit the animals.
But for example, the white rice is being processed by the chemicals, so I don't think that it is healthy.
Why not? Most people on the planet eat white rice.
Yeah, white rice is not bad for you.
Yeah.
Some chemicals that we use to process foods are dangerous. Some are not. There doesn't seem to be any inherent risk in white rice.
So there is a small risk that if you eat white rice every single day, there's a buildup of arsenic. That's because rice contains arsenic. But like, you don't have to eat rice every single day, right? You just mix it up and have pasta every now and then.
I personally don't like rice, but maybe I would like to try some food, but in the future, not now.
I mean, I would just stress that, like, you know, when we say we're going to do things in the future, right, we're ultimately deciding to continue to do them in the present. And I think you know, usually people say it about like things that are harmful to them. Like they'll say, I give up smoking in the future, I'll give up drinking in the future, I'll give up, I'll start exercising in the future. And all they're really doing is delaying like things that are good for them. But when we say I'll go vegan in the future, we're delaying, doing things that would benefit others. Right? We're delaying doing things that would stop creating harm. Right? So I would say that, look, I don't necessarily think that like you're a bad person for like saying you're going to do it in the future, but I don't think you sort of realize that like what you're essentially saying is I don't care about animals now, and I will care about them in the future, right?
Jessica, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Andre, are you here?
Oh
Andre.
yeah, what's up?
Hey, Andre.
Hey.
Okay, can you join?
Yeah.
Bro, can you join me in PNR? Like Angela has
Yeah,
been
yeah.
literally crying about all those vegans and stuff, and I'm so pissed.
Yeah, I'm coming downstairs now.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Are there any other non-vegans who want to have a chat? Also, how does Davey and Postmortem know each other? That's what I want to know.
YouTube.
YouTube.
I'm in their chats a lot.
Based.
I like to go to Vegan Postmortem. I started listening to her Rational series on her logic study quest.
Very based. Is Postmortem a her?
Hey, hello.
Yes, he's here.
I thought they were a they.
Yeah. I prefer it, but she's
Did I
alright.
misspeak?
But
I'm the
Okay,
pronoun
that's fine.
police. No, Jess is the pronoun police. Here we go. Nino.
Did I misspeak?
Yeah, don't worry about it too much. But I do prefer they then, just because I don't have access to it in my real life, so I allow she her. But my preference is.
Yeah.
So you're right, is what I'm saying. You okay?
Jess is right.
Cool.
There's
So,
someone
sorry
in the
for
chat
that.
claiming that vegetarian is better than vegan and wants us to present evidence. So maybe they can speak about it and explain a little bit what they mean.
Also,
you want to come speak about it?
No, I'm just learning about like veganism as a concept.
I mean, is there a
So I
difference
don't
between
know, like what?
vegetarian and vegan?
Yeah, there is
Maybe
a
then
huge
ask
difference. It's
questions
just a
and
walk.
don't make assumptions. How about that?
What's
How
the,
about
what's the
when
difference?
you're coming
How about
to?
you, like, as you guys are
Yeah.
promoting, so I have the right to ask question. It's not your private channel, right?
Yeah.
As
You just
I'm the
make
member as well.
claims when you don't know what veganism is.
Yeah, I did.
Is what I'm
If you
saying,
cannot
right?
read, see again, you're barking now. Like I'm not
whoa.
gonna allow you to scream on
Team.
top of me
Let's
because
both be respectful, right? Let's
yeah.
not call.
So
Let's not say people are barking, and let's
yeah, I
ask
mean,
people ask
she's
questions.
like literally pinning me down. I don't know why. I just answered a simple question. Give me
We
one thing.
just had a conversation
They.
about my pronouns.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
thanks.
They are.
I did text you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you think vegetarianism is better? I guess more or bigger than veganism? Just about,
Because this can be socially accepted. It has more flexibility than, and it's been practiced by people, by culture, from
well,
ages.
does that make
And
morally
veganism,
more correct
it's
than veganism?
it is. I'm sorry.
Does it make it more morally correct than
I
veganism?
mean, if people are practicing and they are not dumb, right? Like
Well,
people are
that's
practicing for
practice. That's
3,000
not
years.
morality.
Wait.
So if
Wait. Can I ask a question?
somebody is practicing,
So, so we have lots of examples in history where the majority of people were practicing something that we now know to be wrong, right?
Again, there are things which are right and people are still practicing, so you cannot
Well, no.
condone the fact that it's wrong.
But we can't say just because a majority of people are doing it that it's moral, right? Like,
I'm not saying majority
no,
of
no.
people. I'm saying there are
Wait.
people, group
Let
of
me make
people.
my statement. Let me make my point. You
Alright.
said the majority of people are doing it, and they can't be dumb, right? That's literally what you said, right? So all I'm saying is that's not a correct statement. They could very well be dumb, right? Just because more people are doing it doesn't inherently mean it's right,
Mm-hmm.
right?
That's not my statement, right?
No, you,
I said there are people, there are like societies, there were like a it's a cultural thing. Like back in India, we've been practicing vegetarianism like from 3,000 years. People are eating vegetables, like the vegetarian things, and they do
Yeah,
eat,
sure.
like
So do
consume
you
milk and
value?
dairy products. So all I'm saying is how this vegan is better than like vegetarianism. Like
do you,
how is better?
Well,
do you,
wait,
Can you
vegetarianism is not more accepted than veganism by a long distance, right? So why do you? It seems that you value culture more than morality, right? Can you tell us why?
Wait, morality? Like I don't eat
Yeah,
meat. I don't consume any meat.
yeah.
I don't consume any
Yeah.
dairy
So
product, but I don't consider myself as vegan. Vegan is just a woke concept, which is
it's
like
not a whoa,
being
whoa.
propagated.
Wait,
Like
wait. So this is a really
that's my
wait.
interpretation.
Let me
Uh-oh.
Wait,
let me
Did y'all hear
interject.
that?
I'm
He
not.
said woke. That's a
Yeah,
buzzword.
like
If something is woke, that means it's bad.
team. Let's not
No,
please,
I don't say
please. Let's
I
not
don't
just
mean to say it's bad.
develop
Yeah,
into a screaming fest, right?
yeah.
So woke
It's
is
just
like a pejorative,
hold
right?
on. I haven't
I
finished.
appreciate you have more to say, but you've just been speaking and I've interrupted so that I can rebuttal, right?
All right.
So woke is a pejorative, right? And also veganism has been around for a very long time, right? It may only have been coined in the 1940s, but that doesn't mean the concept of not eating any animals or, using any animal products has been around like not very long. Also, morality is progressive, right? As society develops, we become like capable of being more moral, right? The less developed a society, the more need for survival there is, and thus the more we're willing to do things that are morally questionable because we need to do them to survive, right? So just because something is a modern concept, that doesn't mean it's an immoral concept, right? Because it's very evident that, you know, things that are more recent are moral despite the fact we haven't been doing them. Like, women being able to vote is clearly more moral than women not being able to be vote, right? But we didn't do that for 10,000 years, right? Children having rights and not just being used as like a form of slave labor and like, way of reproducing is clearly more moral. But we didn't do that for 10,000 years, right? Like, just because something is new, that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah, you using like
I mean,
the term like woke is just like a nice little buzzword to like hand wave away like anything. It doesn't actually explain why something is good or bad. It's just a nice little buzzword that you can put people within a box so you won't examine what they say or why they say it and how they do it.
sorry, I was on up. Yeah,
Well said.
sorry.
by the
Oh, he
attempt
zoned
about
out.
explaining the difference between vegans and
He zoned
vegetarians?
out. He didn't hear any of
Whoa,
that,
whoa,
yo. He
whoa,
zoned
whoa.
out.
I
Let's
didn't hear your
please
part.
don't
I didn't
just
hear you.
insult people.
I mean, I agree with like the progressive nature, and buddy, like what's his name? Sorry, Jess. Like, but he said I agree, but again, like vegetarianism and vegan, what's the difference? Like, I don't know about like
yeah,
vegans.
yeah, I can
I
tell you
also
about
wanna
this.
know. Please.
Someone calmly explain the
Sure, sure,
difference.
sure.
Maybe post-mortem.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll
basically.
try. I'm not
Oh,
known for my calmness, but I can try if it's okay. Vegetarianism is not eating meat for whichever reason. Some are doing it for moral reasons because they don't like animal killing for trivial reasons like food that can be easily replaced. Veganism takes one step further and actually considers the exploitation of animals for the same trivial, unneeded, easily replaceable food, and takes an abolitionist approach to it. we say, well, if we can easily replace, and it's obvious that animals are being exploited for dairy and eggs and are massively being killed afterwards or during even. So veganism takes one more step over vegetarianism and rejects exploitation and killing of animals.
All right, all right. So you said veganism is just because like you're just promoting like abusive, like do not abuse animals.
Exactly.
And vegetarian, on the other hand, is they do consume dairy products.
Mhm.
And in your eyes, it's bad because we are trying to abuse animals to get the dairy product out.
So
They're
there
not
is
just abused, even if they weren't abused, if they were just bred into existence just to be exploited. So what I do usually, I put a human in the place of the animal, and if I would be doing, if what I do to animals would seem weird and terrible and abusive, if I do it to humans, then I have my answer. I don't want to do it.
So you're comparing a human with an animal.
Human
sure.
is an animal.
It's just a metaphor, or you just meant it literally?
What's the problem with
Yeah.
comparing humans to animals?
No, if there's a huge biological difference.
Yeah, the difference. When I compare, I can say, well, there are similarities and then there are differences, right? When I make the comparison, I talk about both. So the similarities that we have with animals is that we are literally are animals. Both are sentient, can feel pain, joy, fear, don't generally want to be killed.
Can I ask a
All right.
question
I mean,
first? Can I just ask you? I want to ask you a specific question, right? What's the moral difference between a human and a non-human that justifies abusing one but not the other? There has to be some kind of trait difference that segregates both of the individuals. What's the trait difference?
what's the trait difference between a human and like non-human?
Mm-hmm.
Biologically, like.
Oh, for example, what?
No, he wasn't asking for a difference. He's asking like what makes it okay to do. Yeah.
Moral difference.
So
Like, I am not saying abusing is okay. I'm not into that favor. Like, I'm saying like humans. You cannot compare humans with animals.
We can
just because they
compare.
have.
Wait, hold on. If I say,
I mean, you can compare, but you cannot say humans and animals are the same. They are
No,
not the same.
we never did.
Because
Nobody said that. Nobody. Literally, nobody ever said that. Literally, never.
you don't have. I hope you know you don't have to be the same to have like
wait.
stuff that you can
So it
compare.
wasn't you who gave the example of like, oh, let's put a human into the place of
Yeah,
an
yeah.
animal and do
Wait,
the
wait,
same
wait.
abuse.
So
So,
that doesn't mean that they're the same. The reason we put humans in the same position is because we're more capable of empathy towards humans, and they have a similar like sentient experience. Therefore, we use humans as an example so that people can understand why we should have empathy for creatures in that situation. Right? It's like if I was speaking to a racist, right, and they said, you know, something abhorrent about black people, I would say, well, should we do that to white people? And they wouldn't allow like the equation of black people and white people, right? They would say that you can't say that they're both equal, right? But the point is, like, I don't even have to be saying that they're equal. I'm just saying, are you okay doing this to a white person? And if you're not, then why would you not want, like, you know, why is it okay to do it to a black person? And that's the same with animals, right?
All right. So veganism also promotes like anti-animal abuse.
Yeah.
Like
Animal
the whole
exploitation
animal
and killing
kingdom,
is
like
how I define it.
the
So
whole animal kingdom.
exploitation in itself, even if it like, I guess some would make the stipulation that if you exploit an animal, that in itself is abuse, and I completely understand why they're doing it. Like if you take a bunch of children, give them a life, and put them in a cellar to raise them, to exploit them in some kind of a way, it always ends up being abuse because you're not thinking of the well-being of the children or of the animals when all you want to do is exploit them for some kind of a product, right? So it always leads to abuse, and up till now can't find any example that it wouldn't. If you can provide an example where exploitation of an animal, right, like an inherent exploitation of an animal wouldn't cause abuse, I'm open to it. That's why kind of I'm defining it as exploitation and killing of sentient animals. Yeah.
I mean, again, like I don't understand, but have you heard of the like term food chain? Like there's a food chain.
Yeah.
Right.
What
Yeah.
about it?
And,
Hey,
I mean, if
can
we,
I say something?
It's
oh yeah,
actually
sure.
food web.
No, you finish. Then I'll say. You finish. You finish. Okay.
No,
Sorry.
actually, I'm like,
Wait, I need to interject here because you just mentioned food chain, but you're a vegetarian, right?
yeah.
So
I'm a vegetarian. I don't
wait,
consume
that
dairy.
if we food chain is things that people use to justify eating animals, right? Bringing up food chain as a vegetarian is like you've scraped the bottom of the barrel and you're like, I don't know what the fuck's left, guys.
Wait, hold on. I'm not
Sorry,
trying to like. I'm trying to just understand. I'm like, if my words are like, it for you,
If I can.
it might feel like attacking you, but I'm not attacking. I'm just trying to understand like
you're fine.
what the concept. Yeah, I'm sorry if
Nobody
it
here feels
was rude.
attacked, dog. Trust me.
Yeah. So if I can just say a few things about the food chain. So like the way Jess said, that people are actually using the food chain to justify meat eating, but I actually don't understand how humans in the 21st century use the food chain at all as a justification for anything. We are not in nature. Like the food chain is a natural concept, right? And we are as far removed from nature as possible to the point that the definition of nature is everything that isn't human or made by humans, right? And the animal agriculture is just like human made altogether. That includes like dairy and eggs and shit like that. So I really don't understand when people say the chain, the food chain though, while
Yeah,
talking
there's
of
like, oh, sorry.
It's
Yeah,
alright.
Miss postmortem. Can I
There's
say
just
something,
two
please?
things with the food chain that
About that
also
shit.
doesn't make sense. That it doesn't bring the question into like cannibalism, and also like where humans fall on that food chain. Meaning that like if I can like go ahead and kill another human, and be like, well, it's the food chain. Like that's just nature. Like would y'all accept that? Would y'all not? And why?
I mean, wait.
No, Miss Postmortem. Can I say something about you said the food chain thing?
Wait. So I think this is a really pointless argument, right? I think
Listen,
wait,
I'll tell you something.
wait.
I'll tell you something.
Please
No,
let me
no, don't
speak.
cut me, bro.
Please let me
Don't
speak.
cut it, bro.
So
I'm
there's
just
no.
trying to say something.
I
He
know
said
you are.
yes.
I know you are, right? But I'm literally here moderating, so let me speak. Right? I don't think there's any point talking about the food chain. The food
Ooh,
chain. Wait.
what do you mean?
Let
You
me speak.
literally are moderating.
I'm literally moderating. So there's no point talking about the food chain because the food chain is a thing that exists in nature. We have supermarkets in society, right? There's no supermarkets aren't sort of separated by food chain. You just buy what you want to eat and you eat what you want to eat. The concept of a food chain doesn't exist to a human, right? So it's a pointless
Oh,
discussion.
maybe it's the supermarket
that's
chain.
not true at all.
That's what I mean by it.
No. It doesn't work like that, bro. Let's say
We have
let's say not the
supermarkets because we are
non-vegetarians.
superior. That's all.
I mean, by that argument, like America is superior to like Bulgaria, so they should be allowed to do whatever they want to Bulgaria. That's a ridiculous statement, right? Power does not
It's
like
another context.
That's a bad.
might doesn't make right.
There's some.
No. Okay,
that
so
wasn't she was trying to say.
if that example is not good, then go ahead and explain what the food chain entails.
No, I want him to speak
Look,
first
I'll
because
tell you
he's.
something. I'll tell you something. Look, the non-vegetarians use 4 types of meat, like the chicken, cow, pork, and fish. Okay, the non-Muslims eat chicken, cow, and fish. Okay, so these things don't.
Lamb
They are
and
not going to
camels and
extinct. Okay.
goats.
How is that a food
No.
chain?
They are not going to extinct. So I'm not talking about food chain. I'm saying about. I mean, you're saying killing, right? Mass killing that actually doesn't make any sense. Whatever you're saying about the mass killing shit, you know.
Brought up mass killings.
Right.
Sorry, I don't understand. What are you saying, Yokohama? Okay,
I'm
pronounced
saying
it.
that yeah, I'm trying to say that there is no point in like debates and shit, about it. I mean, you are a vegan or you are a vegetarian because of your morals or religious purpose or any of that shit. Okay, just stay with your morals, but you don't have to fight for like, yeah, he's vegan, he's vegetarian, he's non-vegetarian. It doesn't really matter actually.
Why does it not matter?
Well, it matters to the animals.
Bro,
Yeah,
acha,
alright.
let's say, I mean, non-vegetarians. Let's talk about acha, how like, no, don't yeah, tell me about the primary four types of meat they consume.
I'm
Oh, what
sorry,
the
I
fuck
can't
is this
understand.
dude yapping about?
Like you,
Bro,
Derek, right? So you mentioned about like explaining the food chain. I mean, there's somebody who dropped a picture of food chain.
No, you
That's
just
what
dropping a
food chain
picture
is.
does not explain what a food chain is, dude.
It's not me dropping it. Wait.
Wait,
So
And
guys,
that, like,
I'm
what
be
they
pointing out
have
respectful.
is
this
like
there are like
literally a
four
food
elements.
web.
No,
Like
there are
that's
like
not even a food chain. That's a food
No,
web.
it's not.
yeah, it's
That's
like
the point I'm making,
that's
that
not a
there
food
is
web.
no such
That's a
thing as
food
a
chain.
food chain in nature.
Yeah, also we don't exist in nature.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't even matter if nature had food chains or food webs. Who fucking gives a shit? And I apologize for my French. We are humans in the 21st century. I am looking at two screens, a camera, and a microphone right now, while checking my social media on the phone once in a while. What the hell is a food chain in this context? When literally the definition of nature and food chain is a definition of food chain is something that happens in nature, and the definition of nature is everything except humans and what humans make. So how does the food chain apply to you, sir? And what does it look like in the human context in the 21st century? Is what
It
I
it
would like to know.
also it
Well,
also doesn't talk about cannibalism. So, and like if we could do this to other humans, because in nature, if you look at like quote unquote what the food web does, and it doesn't give you like an actual detailed deep explanation. Cannibalism is a very common thing. Would we also be able to justify what happens in nature with the food web or food chain with cannibalism? Would y'all accept that? And if not, explain why.
I mean, how can you fit cannibalism into a food chain?
kiss some animals.
Well,
So
Wait,
it's
wait,
not
whoa,
just
guys,
just
guys,
because it
guys. This has become very unproductive. Let's stick to productivity. This is very unproductive. So,
Okay,
rule
we can
number
move on.
one, you speak to an individual about why they are vegan or not vegan, right? Fuck these esoteric conversations about food webs because it doesn't matter, right? If they say the reason they're not vegan is because of the food chain, then discuss the fucking food chain, right? Rule number two, let one vegan answer, one carnist, and then let the carnist speak. Otherwise, you end up with one person speaking and then 10 people speaking, and it's just all over the place. So, is
That's
anyone in
cool.
this room not vegan?
Derek, it's your time to shine, baby.
Yeah, Derek,
Point.
it's your turn. Pick a non-vegan.
Pick a non-vegan and harass
So I mean, any non-vegan in here, can y'all explain to us like what y'all, I mean, why aren't y'all vegan, and like what do you think veganism is?
We can start with that.
I'm happy being vegetarian. Like I don't consume dairy products, so I'm okay being vegetarian.
You don't consume any dairy products. You don't consume eggs.
No.
You don't use animal products for like clothing and stuff. And you also don't like use animal products that are tested on animals.
Tested on animals? Like I don't use
Yeah.
any of them that I know.
Okay.
Well,
So
I
all
mean,
your like.
Then you're
I
vegan.
mean, this
the
guy is
only
basically a
question you
vegan.
have
He
is
just
to
wants to call
convert.
himself vegetarian. If he wants to do
I'm
that,
a
I
vegetarian.
personally, yeah, like,
Yeah.
but all right, that's
We will give
cool.
you
So like,
treatment. Sorry.
so basically, you don't engage in any type of exploitation of animals when it comes to their food, when it comes to their clothing, when it comes to entertainment, right?
Yep.
And you find those to be immoral.
Haven't thought about it. Like
Okay, do
for
you
me,
want to?
consuming milk is just fine because you're human. You need some sort of like. So for
Yeah,
me, because
if humans needed it, I would say it would be okay. But like, humans don't require dairy. We can live happily and healthily without getting dairy.
No, that's what happened to like certain parts of the globe, because there
No,
was
no, no, no. You, not certain parts of the globe. You.
for me, like I'm a like vegetarian, like for like 18 years.
Okay.
I don't consume dairy. I don't consume like any like animal products.
Then
But
you.
I'm a vegetarian.
Well, no, but you are. I appreciate that you want to label yourself as a vegetarian, right? But if you don't consume any animal products or meat, right, or use anything that's exploited on animals, right, or that exploits animals, then you are inherently vegan, right? By the definition of veganism, you're vegan.
Again,
It
that's
has to
just a
be for the
label.
moral. It has to
I
be
mean,
for the moral reasons. Are you doing it for moral reasons?
yeah.
Then,
I think it's
So
then you're
abusing.
vegan, right?
No, it's just a label. Like
Well, no, it's not a
like
label.
as you
It's
said, vegetarian is just a label, and so vegan is the same.
no, it's not.
It's just a label.
It's not, right?
vegan. I
It's
mean,
not.
vegan
It's an
is an
idea.
ethical
It's a
position.
definition, right? It's a definition, right? And this is the funny one, right? Everyone who's vegan is also a vegetarian, because guess what? We don't eat meat either, right?
Right. Now I understand.
Right?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being vegan, and I know you don't like the label, so I won't call you anymore, but I'm glad you are one.
Right. Are there any other non-vegans in here that want to talk to us about veganism? You know, anybody in here that abuses animals, meaning that you eat animals. If you're eating animals, you're an animal abuser. Does anybody want to learn about it? Because it seems like everybody else is they're quiet, they're chilling.
Pretty awesome if there's like 20 vegans in chat right now. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I eat meat.
You hate me.
Eat?
Why?
How do you? Would you eat a dog?
No, I wouldn't. That is haram.
Okay. So, oh, it's because like you eat animals because like God said so, huh?
No.
Oh,
That's
okay.
how
Why
it's
then?
been
Why?
all this time.
So like, why would it be so? Have you, have you, okay? So you don't think animals, like eating animals, is abusive, right?
I mean, don't no, look. I eat chicken. I eat beef.
Look, you don't
And I
have to
eat
tell me what
fish.
you
That's
eat. I
it.
know you eat
Whoa.
animals, right? Like I'm well aware of that. I'm asked. The question is like,
Yeah.
the question is, do you think eating animals is like abusive?
Those who, which are halal, I don't think so. They're eating them is abusive.
So, if I was to prove to you that eating animals is abusive, would you stop eating animals and become a vegan?
Now look, and look. No, that doesn't how it works.
So that's basically a no, right?
No, not. I know. Sure, you can explain it, but I'm telling you that eating animals doesn't mean I eat everything. I eat every animal, right? I only
Claimed you
those
eat
which
every
are
animal.
halal.
I'm gonna say this very
No, I
slowly,
didn't say.
right?
I didn't. Okay, sure.
So I know
Yeah,
that
let's.
you
How
eat
about
certain
this? How about
animals,
this?
right?
Yeah,
My
yeah,
question to you is that for the animals that you're eating, if I prove to you that
yeah.
it's abusive to eat
Mm-hmm.
animals, would you stop eating
Mm-hmm.
these animals? It's a very simple question.
But they are not gonna extinct.
I didn't ask if they were going to extinct or not, right? And I'm gonna ask you this question one more time to see if you're actually paying attention to what I'm saying, right? Because I don't want to like waste my personal time. Uh so if I prove to you that the animals that you consumed yesterday, right, and you're going to consume tomorrow and the day after that, and probably a year from now, if I
Yeah.
show you that eating these animals is abusive,
Mm-hmm.
would you stop eating
Abuse.
these animals? Would you go vegan?
Okay. Okay.
So that's a yes or a no?
Yeah, that's a yes. Okay means yeah,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay, cool. That's nice. So basically, the reason why vegans say that it's immoral is because animals are sentient beings, right? Sentient in the same way, like not exactly the same, but like they're sentient just like humans. Knowing that, right? We value human beings, and the same stuff that we value within human beings are also present within animals. They get happy, they get sad, they experience mental illnesses like PTSD, depression. They have complex personalities. They pair bond, right, within their species and also out of their species. They have complex relationships and social structures, right? So, knowing all
Chickens
of
with social
this,
structures?
yes, chickens literally have a social structure called the pecking order. Uh, but yeah,
Okay. Nice. Okay.
yeah, yeah. So, knowing all of this, right? Seeing that these humans also present the same traits within I'm sorry, that animals also present the same traits that humans have and that we value, I would ask you, since you're aware of this, would you go vegan based off of that? Knowing that animals are getting harmed, we don't need to eat these animals, right? We can get all of our nutrients without having to harm animals. Would you classify someone eating an animal, knowing that they don't need to eat the animal, and that the animal would be in a better state of being without getting by not getting killed? Would you go vegan?
Man, that's crazy.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I know.
What is
It's real crazy to it's real crazy to abuse animals, dog. I
Honestly, I'm
know.
speechless. I'm speechless. That's a good explanation, to be honest. Damn.
It's all right, bro. Like a lot of people don't understand what happens to animals here. All I'm asking you is now.
Explanation
It's
was
it's to me. It seems like I'm just assuming. It seems like you understand that eating these animals is immoral. I'm just gonna ask how
now.
soon do you
Can
think
I
you'll be
give
going
you
vegan?
my point of view?
I mean, if you can give me
Can
your
I
point
tell
of
you?
view if you want to. Go ahead.
No, yeah, like that. Okay, no. I'm a Muslim. Okay, so there are certain animals that are halal and and certain animals that are haram, right? So I'm eating only the halal ones. Okay.
Yeah, like
Now,
I
as a
understand that
religious faith,
those. Hmm.
as a
Go ahead.
religious faith, I eat the halal ones that has God um told me it is okay to eat if you want. Okay.
What does Allah have to say about animal abuse? If like Allah is watching this conversation right now, do you think Allah would
Yeah.
engage in animal abuse or he would not engage in animal abuse?
Look, he knows everything. Okay, he's the
Is
God.
he?
Yeah, and
He
The
I'm
knows
question is,
yeah,
everything,
yeah.
and you're telling me what he knows. So
and
I'm
he
asking
created.
you based off of this
Yeah.
conversation because I know
Let me
Muslims
finish.
like
Let me finish.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me. So he knows everything, and the things that you say that chickens have this. Well, I mean, not chicken. I mean, the animals have this, animals have that. That means also Allah knows that the animals have this and animals have those, right? And if he had agreed with your point of view, he would have made eating chicken, beef, and fish haram, right?
So
So
Is that
wait,
possible?
can
so
I?
basically that's a no. You like basically what I said. You don't with my explanation. You don't believe that eating these animals is abusive, right?
Look, and I mean they're halal. I mean, if they were abusive,
Yeah, I understand
I
it's
mean it
halal. I'm
would
just
be
asking you
meant to
based
be
off of
that.
the explanation I gave. Is it like abusive? I didn't ask if it was halal or
I
not. Like
mean, yeah. I got it. I got it. Your point. I mean, um, according to your explanation, nah, it looks like yes, it is abusive. Okay, I I surrender about that shit. But if you look at me as a Muslim right now, um, if it was abusive and it was a bad thing, Allah would have already made it haram, or somewhere at least He would have mentioned in the Quran, or somewhere He
Can
would have
I?
mentioned it about it that
Can
it's
I
abusive or something like that. Okay.
can I speak to you about that? Because I know quite a lot about the Quran.
Quite a lot, sure.
Yeah, is that okay, gangster?
I might interject
What?
like once or twice, but go ahead, please.
So in the Quran was written 1400 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was written
Yes.
once and never edited. It was written for all time, right?
Yes.
Right, and 1400 years ago, if you wanted to cross the desert, the only way to do that was to take an animal and kill them, right? You couldn't go across the desert with a bag of plants, right?
Yeah.
Right? We didn't have refrigeration. We didn't have all year round farming. We didn't have, cars. We didn't have trains. We didn't have planes. 1400 years ago, if you wanted to cross the desert,
Oh no 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 no! You don't make points like 1400 years ago. Not like that.
no, I do.
No no.
No, I do. Wait, follow my point, right? Right? 1400 years ago, when the Quran was written, if you wanted,
You're trying to say that it's an ancient book and
I'm not.
humanity
That's not what I'm
doesn't
saying. That's
exist
not
at
what I'm
that
saying.
point. That,
I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Let me make my point, right?
yeah.
It was
Yeah.
written in a time where we needed to kill animals to survive, right? Okay, and it was
Same
written.
thing, bro. You
No,
say
no,
you just
no.
said that.
Let me.
You just said that.
I'm not insulting the Quran, right? I think you're perceiving my point to be different than what it is, right? Right? Please allow me to make my point, right? So, will you agree with me that when the Quran was written, killing animals was an important part that we sometimes had to do in order to survive, right?
Yeah.
Okay, amazing.
that-
Thank you, right? And we can see from halal slaughter, right, that care and attention, right, and respect should be given to animals that we need to kill, right? Like it's very evident from the way that, like, Muslims are told to kill animals, that they should attempt to be as kind and considerate to these animals as possible, right?
Can I ask you something?
Of course you can.
Like you said, you know a lot about Quran. So you know. I mean, question is, what do you think? The Quran was written by a human? Like no, it was written by a human, but did it came from a mind of a human?
I couldn't understand that point. You might need to speak slower. Your microphone didn't pick it up very well.
I'm just saying the speeches or the things that are written in Quran. What do you think? Did it came from a human or by the angels?
I don't know, but I don't know, but I think when you speak to
Yeah,
people
that's
about
right.
wait,
That's
wait,
right.
wait, let me make my
Right.
point.
That's what you do.
Let me make my point. I think when
Yeah.
you speak to
Sure.
people, when you speak to people, right, you should speak to them within the moral structure that they base their life off, right? So I speak to a lot of Muslims. I live in Bradford, which is the most Islamic city in the UK. There's 31% of our population is Muslim. I've spoken to imams, I've spoken to Muslim men and women, I've spoken to Muslim children, right? I've spoken to a lot of Muslims about veganism, about the Quran, about the Hadiths, about various parts of your faith, right? And I've had to learn it, right? Because I need, when I speak to those people, to give their religion the respect that they give it so that we can have a conversation, right? Yeah? So whether or not I believe the Quran to be true or not, right? I think I should know about it and be able to speak about it and have an understanding of it for people who do, right? Yeah. So I'm not.
What you said about the being it real or fake? What was that?
Sorry, I don't understand the point.
I said you said the Quran about the Quran being real or fake, right?
I
What do you
don't.
want to say about that? What do you say?
I don't know, right? I'm agnostic. I don't know, right?
Okay.
But the important part
Can
is
I
that
tell you about it?
no,
A
no.
bit, a little. I'm a Muslim too.
So may I finish my point? Because up until now you've agreed with everything I've said, right? I've not said anything that's incorrect.
No.
Okay.
Very right.
Thank you.
Well, I just have one comment if I can speak, because when you said that, if I can just say a small thing, when you said that at the time when the Quran was written, it was a necessary thing to kill animals. I think that's not true. Because in the Arabian Peninsula, people had things like lentil and vegetables. Like they used to buy some things from different places. Yes, of course. Go on.
So I didn't say you had to eat animals every single day. I said there were some things that you could only do.
Oh yeah, you.
Right? If you wanted to cross the desert, right? Specifically, you would have to take an animal and kill them, right? Right, which
So hold on, in order to travel, you mean like if you need
no,
to cross the desert?
If you were going to go
travel or something?
between two distant civilizations, between two towns that took
Yes.
a while to travel between, you would have to take an animal and kill them, right? And there were certain circumstances.
Can I finish that shit?
So may I
Can I
continue?
finish that shit that we started?
I would like to
I mean,
finish my
was
point
the point finished?
because we've gone a long way away
Oh,
off.
it was not finished. Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sure,
Right.
sure.
So my
Please.
point is, the Quran clearly
Yeah, but
gives.
whoever was speaking in between that, please don't interrupt. Let him finish. Yeah, sure.
So the Quran clearly shows that when we have to kill animals, we should give them a lot of consideration and respect, right? And then the hadiths further show that in that, like, the lady who feeds the dog from the well, she gets into heaven, even though she's an Israeli prostitute. Even though she's a woman of low virtue, she still gets into paradise because she's kind to one animal.
We don't need dogs.
I know we don't need dogs, but clearly kindness to an animal is good enough to get you into heaven, right? Right?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
And then the lady who allows the cat to die, she doesn't get into heaven because, even though she's a woman of high virtue, because she allows an animal to die needlessly, she doesn't get into heaven. There's a hadith about Muhammad and the camel, and he gives the camel the ability to speak. And the camel says, I'm being overworked, right? And Muhammad says to the guy who owns the camel, from now on, only put as much weight on your camel as your camel can carry, right? Don't overwork your camel, right? So there's all these things within Islam that show that we should clearly give respect and consideration to animals when we have the power to do so, right? When we don't need to eat them, right? And I appreciate that the Quran says that it is permissible to eat animals, right? But what I would say, right, is that it couldn't not say that. It had to allow people to eat animals because when it was written, there were circumstances when you genuinely needed to kill animals in order to not die, right? But we live in a time now where we have the privilege to not have to do that. And if we want to give the most consideration to animals that we can give, then that is not killing them, right? That is not paying for their bodies to be abused, right?
Yeah.
And I agree that you are doing what is within your scripture, right? Your scripture says that what you are doing is permissible. But I don't think Islam is about following scripture to the letter. I think it is about being a good Muslim. I think it is about taking the spirit of the Quran, right? And embodying that, right? Because it was written once for all time. And in 10,000 years' time, the world is going to look very fucking different to how it looks today, right? And people who are still, like, sort of using the Quran as their moral guideline in 10,000 years will have to make a lot of assumptions, right? And I think that's the whole point, right? It was written once and never edited so that people could understand that it's not about men deciding what is and what isn't done, right? And what is and what isn't right. It was given to us once by God, right? And it's a moral framework, a moral guideline that we should try and be good people following, right? I think I've spoken to a lot of Muslims who've are now
That's
vegan.
very good, actually. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And you can be a vegan Muslim, right? Being vegan doesn't stop you being Muslim, right? There's nothing in the Quran that says you have
Oh, it
to
does.
eat meat,
Obviously it doesn't.
right? But I genuinely,
So, are you
this
finished?
is a genuine consideration, like, that I would say is that, like, if you know that the one lady who was a very good and moral person didn't get into heaven because she allowed one animal to die, how can we pay for animals to die multiple times a day, right?
Well, like I got your point, So you are coming from the point that slaughtering animals in order to eat them, it's some sort of like abusing animals, right? But when you like, I'm not gonna argue about your own perspective, but in Islam, abusing animals is something different than slaughtering them in the Islamic way in order to eat them. For instance, if you will get a cat or a dog and you're gonna torture them, that's an abusing for the animal. But if you're just gonna get a cow or a heifer and you will slaughter him in the way that Islam is telling you that you have to do it without torturing him in order to eat him, so that's not abusing animals. So the thing is, you are considering both of slaughtering animals and abusing or torturing animals. You do not differentiate between these two things. But in Islam, actually, Islam differentiates between both of them. They are not the same. So this is the whole thing.
Wait, hold on. You used a big word saying if you have to kill the animal. Do you think you have to?
No, look, I'll wait. Because the conversation in between him and me.
I'm sorry.
Can I
Can you
finish
say
my
that
point?
again?
You used the big word. You said
I said
if you have to kill the animal, but do you have to?
no, you don't have to eat, so it matters.
The person is really choppy right now.
Yeah, Yokohama, I'm really sorry, but your microphone connection's not good. If you don't, I'm more than happy to relinquish to Felic. If you don't mind relinquishing to Havoc, I think it's Halok.
Okay, look. Can you
Halok
understand
is
Oh
me,
yeah,
right?
I'm Ilya. Yes,
Halok is also a
my name is
Muslim.
Ilya. Yeah, I came from an Islamic background. So like, there's somebody said something, but I have some connection issues. I didn't hear what you say.
No, you don't. You're good. Please, you and Felic continue the conversation.
You said the big word, which was like if you have to kill an animal, you do it in this way. What do you mean that you like when you say you have to? Do you do you think it's
When you wanna eat it.
yeah,
If
that's
you
that
want to eat
like
it, the way you want to, if you want to eat it, then you kill it the way Islam says, and that it will be haram
yeah.
and you will be able to eat it.
Then this goes back to the conversation about gluttony and greed. Killing an animal if you don't need to is greedy, and I still and if we're gonna bite the bullet and say that Muhammad was consuming animals when he didn't need to, then I would say that he made a greedy was greedy about taking someone else's life for his own pleasure, which I don't agree that that's the case.
Bro, can I tell you about the Quran?
Well, the only like the only
At
disagreement
the
here
time.
that you consider. Okay, go on.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you. I'm telling the other guy said that the Quran was written when it was needed for us to eat meat, right? So you see that every phrase and the Quran, everything and the Quran was brought by the angels to Prophet Muhammad. And then he wrote it, okay. And Allah is the God and He knows the past, future, everything, right? If it was abusive to eat chicken, cow, and the fish, then He would have at least tell us about it. Like, yeah, don't like that shit. Okay.
I
He didn't
can
bring in
someone
point that at that time we had to eat meat. That's why at that time that Quran was written, we had to eat meat. That is why it is there. It is right. At that
Well,
time, there was, I think,
like as I said,
I
like
hope that pig existed, right?
what?
Muslims didn't eat pig. If they had needed meat, they wouldn't eat pig. Why? Why is that?
It's really choppy. Someone has to translate what he said.
So he said
I don't know what bro is
they
saying at all.
they said right that if it was wrong, like it would be said somewhere because it says that like eating pigs is wrong. Right, is what they said.
Oh,
There's also
if it said it,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
then we're gonna go based on the interpretation. And if we're gonna go based on interpretation, then we have to look into scholars. And usually the scholars are saying that harming animals unnecessarily is wrong. And I would also include that harming animals, like if you have a choice to harm an animal or not harm an animal, harming the animal would be agreed for a form of greed.
yes, brother. Like the whole thing here, the main point of disagreement here, that in Islam, slaughtering animals in the Islamic way in order to eat them is not harming them, is not abusing,
Oh wait,
abusing for.
wait. Okay, but this is gonna go against scientific consensus if you're saying that slaughtering animal for the neck is not harming them.
Well, I'm not. I didn't say like I'm not talking according
wait,
to science. You know, like you started the whole thing speaking about Islam. You know, and I'm telling you according to Islam, not according to science. You know, because you started the whole thing speaking about
But
Islam,
even
and stuff, right?
So
The whole thing.
sorry.
Like if you have a heifer, if you're gonna hit or whip this heifer, that's considered to be a forbidden thing or a haram thing in Islam because you are harming him. And you know, like just because the scripture is telling you that you cannot hit them, you cannot whip them, but also like the scripture is telling you that the heifers and the cows and you know so on, these animals, God created these things to humans in order to eat them, to be food, right? So if you are talking about Islam, this is the Islamic perspective. Yes, like maybe you have another perspective when it comes to science, but you just started the whole conversation about Islam. So I'm telling you, according to the Islamic perspective, even there's some sort of like a festival called, the sacrifice festival. Like, of course, you are familiar with this. When Muslim people slaughter a lot of heifers, and they give some meat to the poor people and stuff. So according to Islam, if you're gonna slaughter an animal in order to eat him, that's not abusing for the animal.
I think what's abusive, it's taking the animal's life against its own will.
Yeah,
I would say.
and we know that to be true within the Quran, right? Because the Quran.
The whole thing is coming from if you believe that animals or the life of the animals is equal to the life of human beings or not, because I think
No, they don't have to be equal. They don't have to be equal, right?
Well, according to religions, not only Islam, the life of the animals is not equal to the life of human beings. Because for instance, I've never heard about
wait.
The life of an animal is equal.
So
to,
they
like,
don't
a
need to be
human?
equal, right? You don't.
Yeah.
An animal doesn't need to be equal to not be killed, right? Right? Because it's not it's not a requirement.
Like
It's not
penalty.
essential.
Yes. But you just have to understand if brother, you just have to understand that I'm not giving you my perspective. I'm speaking according to an Islamic perspective, okay? If you consider, like, according to Islam, the life of an animal is not equal to a life of a human. Because
Exactly.
if you killed
Who here said that the life of an animal
Yeah.
is equal to a human?
We're not saying it's equal, and it doesn't
Who
have
here
to be
once
equal.
said that? Please, for the love of God, answer that question. Has anyone here heard that?
Well, I just
Why do
like
you keep saying that?
like I just understood this from the context
No,
and the way
no.
that he was talking.
Right, so I don't. Right, we've had this analogy a bunch of times, right? But I don't think, according to my worldview, right? Because I'm a good friend of Felic and I've just met you, you're not equally valuable to Felic, right? But I wouldn't kill you. I wouldn't be disrespectful to you. I wouldn't, pay for you to be chopped up so I could eat you, right? Just because something doesn't have the same value doesn't mean you can abuse them.
Well, this is the point again. Slaughtering animals is not abuse for them. This is the whole thing, because somebody mentioned the story about she was torturing the cat and she was preventing the cat from eating, so she gonna go to hell because of this, because that's considered as abusing, But slaughtering animals in Islam is not abusing for the animals.
No,
this is the whole point.
I agree with you.
You have another
Wait.
perspective, but if you're gonna talk about Islam, you just understand the Islamic perspective.
But the point is, right? So within Islam, it is permissible, right? But permissible doesn't mean like what we want, right? It doesn't mean something that's desirable, right? So like what you're essentially doing is you're litigating through the lens of Islam, right? But like the Quran wasn't written to be litigated, right? Like because by the Quran, self-defense is totally like permissible, right? But if you goaded people into attacking you so that you could kill them for your benefit and then claim self-defense, that would not be being a good faith Muslim, right? That would be litigating the Quran to try and make your actions permissible, even though they're not like good actions, right? And that's what people do when they sort of make these arguments, right? They say that because something in the Quran is permissible and acceptable, then if I do it, like I don't have to worry about the morality of it, right? And that's not true, right? Like the Quran was written once for all time. Therefore, we should always like be willing to sort of interpret it through the lens of like when our society is currently like set, right? That's the whole. That's like intrinsic of anything that's been written for all time, right? It should be. It should.
So you're saying that if I did something, like if there is something permissible according to the Quran, and as a Muslim person I did it, if this thing is contradicting your own morality, so I have to worry about this, right? Just because you believe in
No,
thing,
not my morality, right? But something we know to be true, right? Something we know that is true. We know animals
how
suffer.
do you know that it's true? According to what? How do you know that's true?
From
because like as a Muslim person,
observable.
like, for instance, you consider slaughtering animals as a really bad thing. Like maybe you consider it as a crime, but I do not consider it as a crime. So how do you know that you are right and I am wrong?
No, it's not. It's not about whether or not it's a crime or not. No, wait. It's about observable, like sort of objective reality, right? We see animals suffer, right?
Well,
So allow me. Wait. Allow me to make a point, right? So the Quran has all eggs are halal, right? right?
The Quran is what?
All eggs are halal, correct?
Well, to be honest, I am not sure if all eggs are halal or not.
So as far as I'm aware, all eggs are
But
halal.
I don't think that
Wait,
all
wait.
eggs is halal because, for instance, there is some stuff like the crocodile. It has eggs, and absolutely
No. I
crocodile
mean chicken
cannot
eggs.
eat it, so
Chicken
I think-
eggs. Chicken eggs.
Yeah, of course, chicken eggs and
Okay,
stuff.
okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
right.
No, not all eggs
Wait,
are halal. Yes.
wait. Okay,
Chicken.
so chicken eggs are halal, right?
Mhm.
Regardless, right?
Mhm. Yes.
So in the
Yes.
chicken industry, they blend baby chicks alive without a prayer, right? Surrounded by their egg mates, right? They blend them alive in a blender, right? But because that killing has nothing to do with the product that is the egg, right? Because it is completely separate to that individual egg, right? Even though it's intrinsic to the process of producing eggs, the egg doesn't get marked with like halal or not halal, right? And that's the whole thing, right? Is there is suffering intrinsic to the system that no one takes into consideration, right? But I think at this point we're not really talking about veganism, and we're actually talking about religion. And this isn't the chat to make people atheist. So maybe we should move on.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's fine if you want to move on. It's fine, you know. But I'm telling you, like, even if you consider, like, if you consider slaughtering animals or like eating them or ending their lives,
do you
no
think,
matter what is the way they end their lives, like if you consider this as, some sort of a bad thing, I'm telling you, the thing is, we do not consider it as a bad thing.
Wait.
Actually, like the thing is not about being a Muslim or something, because Christian people also do the same thing. The vast majority of people through the history did the same thing. So
that doesn't make it moral. Just because you did something for a very long time doesn't make it moral.
Right. Well, the thing is, like when you say
No. I think we're done. This conversation.
Objective or subjective?
This conversation's over.
Wait, are you trying to have the conversation if morality is subjective or objective, or if one thing is immoral?
We're gonna move on to
completely philosophical discussions. You know that, right?
We're gonna move
like,
on.
If you wanna,
whoa. We're gonna move.
I just want to say this one thing for the room. So this is just for the room. The question between something is if something is immoral or not is completely different from the question if morality is subjective or objective. Because if you agreed that one thing is subjective or objective, right? It still wouldn't explain or not whether something is going to be immoral, right? It would just say this something, right, is objective. Like me holding my hand out, right? Or something may be subjective, like me not holding my hand out. It doesn't tell you whether the action of me holding my hand out is immoral or moral.
So
Whoa, no. We're not. No. Right. Wait. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're gonna move on to why someone else isn't vegan. We're gonna talk to an individual who isn't vegan and why they specifically are not vegan. Because these random sort of debates that are esoteric are just pointless. Right. Let's talk to one individual who isn't vegan and why they're not vegan.
Well, actually, that's me.
I love esoteric debates. It's a shame.
I mean, it was a
I was
great
about
debate.
to join in.
Well, you would have spent 4 hours debating about philosophy, and no one would have become vegan, right? So what's the point?
Probably, yeah.
Right? This is why I make 10 vegans a week, and you motherfuckers just have your thumbs up your ass. Sorry.
Yep.
I love you guys. Talk to someone about why they're not vegan. I mean, Havoc says they're not vegan, and hopefully they don't get their principles from the Quran. If they kept stipulating that that wasn't their position, otherwise it would be weird to keep stipulating that. If I want to debate LGBT, if I want to go into a room full of religious people and debate my existence, I should join the room below. Thanks, deep shitter, but I'll not do that. I'll not do that. Thanks.
And while we're waiting on some non-vegans, can I ask you a question, Jess?
Of course.
Just about the morality discussion and its effectiveness.
Okay.
So I'm just curious about So I've had this idea for a while that, I mean, we can all pretty much agree that the people we run into day to day are rational beings, at least capable of reasoning and agreeing on the axiom of the golden rule. No matter what, if you're a utilitarian or a consequentialist or a religious person, most of the time you can start from a base point that, you know, were you in another person's shoes, it's moral or immoral based on whether or not you would like the same treatment to happen to you.
Okay.
So it seems like when performing some kind of street outreach or epistemology to kind of question somebody's behaviors, you kind of need that starting place. And so I've been trying to kind of use this as my baseline when I'm talking to people and going from there, regardless of whether you're religious or not. If we can agree on a definition of morality, like it's a rational application of empathy, then I think maybe we can cut through some of the bullshit, the appeals to authority, the religious, whatever, and get down to kind of a more bare bones, is slavery wrong, yes or no? Is unwarranted violence wrong, yes or no? Just want to get your thoughts.
I mean, I think principles of like debate are that you should always debate someone based on their current moral framework, right? Like if someone's like doesn't give a fuck about animals, then you have to tell them the benefits to them for being vegan, right? If someone is, you know, basing their morals on various scriptures, you have to debate them within the confines of those scriptures, right?
Well, I found it really interesting earlier when you said that, you know, you weren't particularly emotionally empathetic to animals when you went vegan, but you had the rational capability to say, oh, yeah, if I was being enslaved, I would not like it. So I can extend this morality to someone who even I don't have an emotional response toward.
Yeah. So I mean, I sort of impress upon people like this idea that even if they don't care about animals, it could be because they're sort of like invested in not caring about them, right?
Sure.
I don't know. A lot of my activism just comes, and I don't really know why. Once you do it a lot, I just sort of go off vibes. But I always ask questions, and I always sort of like pick at the root cause. Like I think you just listen to what they say, and you understand what they're trying to say to you, and then you sort of just explain why it's wrong, right? But like you explain why it's wrong by asking them like questions that prove it's wrong, right? Because no one's ever given me a vegan an argument for eating animals that's been correct, right?
Sure. No, I think you're right. I mean, I'm a big fan of. The mic just died. Sorry, hold on one second.
I'm tempted.
Or I'll cede the floor to any non-vegans that want to jump in and talk.
I'm tempted to jump downstairs and see what they're talking about. But I imagine it'll be transphobic as fuck, so I don't really want to.
I wouldn't waste your time with like religious people on Discord. Like a lot of religious circles I've been to on Discord kind of suck ass. It's better to talk to religious people IRL.
Apparently they're debating LGBTQ.
They're coming for our kids. Oh no.
Yeah, just you don't want to defend the fact that you are. How strange.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should, right? Maybe it's my duty to go and
I mean, you do it every Tuesday and Thursday with On TV.
kind of want to see what the psychopaths in the server are saying.
Oh shit.
I might jump downstairs for 10 minutes just to see. It's gonna be a grim one. It's gonna be a fucking grim one. Oh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Don't do it. No.
It's a set. It's not a spectrum. It's a set of two magnets that attract either
So
Yeah,
you
that would
don't
be hold on.
You
So
are attracted by the two magnets. You don't randomly fall into any point in the spectrum.
wait, scientifically, we understand that intersex people and the degree to which they are intersex is based on a spectrum. Would you disagree with that?
They are extremely rare.
No, I understand that they're rare. Hold on, they're rare.
The rule here is what makes the rule not the rule.
Yeah.
If the rule is
So
not
exactly.
uniform, then you can't call it binary because people fall
Yeah.
outside of those categories. Then
Why
you
do you
basically have to
refer?
say those people don't exist. But the fact
So
that these
for
people
example,
exist is what makes it a spectrum.
Why do you
for
refer that
example,
we have no
okay.
rule?
Wait, hold on. For example, okay, when you
We
have
should
a
have
binary,
rule.
hold on.
Yeah, we should have rule instead of
You
not
can
having
believe
one.
that. Just real quick, okay? Okay, when you have binary code, binary being 0 and 1, okay? No matter how many times you repeat 0 and 1, you'll never get 3. It's not going to even happen at least even 1. There is 0% chance of 3 appearing. There's only 0 and 1, okay? That's why it's binary. When you have, let's say you have 0, 1, and 2, even if 2 is rare, extremely rare, let's say 0.001%, okay? That would be a trinary. That wouldn't be binary.
Also, I think most of the
Yeah,
time people
it's-
say morality is subjective, they mean something else entirely. They just mean it's just arbitrary and stupid. And that's not what subjective morality means, I think, as far as I understand. It just means that it doesn't exist outside of
a
the
certain
existence of
context.
time. Yeah.
At least how I look at it, I just see like when somebody says morality is subjective, it doesn't mean that like it's always going to be the case in all contexts, or like it's probably like something only true to humans. It just depends. But God, those discussions are just so fucking boring, dog. Gonna be real.
Just frustrates me. I don't see
They're
why.
great I think they're great to exercise your mind and shit and logic. Like I think they definitely do have utility. Don't get me wrong on that. 'Cause I do still watch
there is a
philosophy
way
stuff
to-
from time to time to train like my mind.
Yeah, but if there is a way, I just try to train in it just to avoid it, frankly. If there is a way to cut to the fucking chase, I prefer that. Yeah. When I was about to join into the conversation about morality being subjective, that was also what I would do. I would just ask, well, why does it matter? Objective, subjective, just tell us what your morality says,
No,
right?
that
And let's
shit
talk
is
about
always brought up by religious people as a dodge, so it's like always like the biggest fucking dodge ever, dude.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if their morality is just a appeal to authority writ large, I mean, I think you're pretty much in a situation where it's, I don't want to say it's hopeless, but you have to address the root causes for their beliefs. Like, I don't think attacking
I would
it
like to
head
see what
on.
they would say if like I'm gonna start asking like religious people because I kind of have already asked religious people this in certain contexts. I asked them like, so if like God told you that like that you're not going to heaven, would you like continue? Would you like still follow him or would you continue to sin?
Would morality go out the
That's
window?
a great question.
Yeah.
Well, but most religions allow redemption, though, right? So you'd essentially be saying if God told you there was no redemption, that was it, you're fucked.
Nah, like you're just going to hell. Like
Yeah.
you should still. Like,
Good
you should, like,
evening,
just-
mates. Hey.
Hi, Firas. Are you vegan, Firas?
No, I'm not.
Oh, why not?
I don't want to be a vegan.
Well, do you understand that if you're not vegan, you pay for exploitation and killing of many animals throughout your lifetime? Do you understand that?
And yeah, since when this ideology started to pop up?
Many eons ago, it's always been around for people who realize that animals are sentient and they can feel pain and pleasure and they get scared and happy and they don't want to die. In that sense, they're exactly like us. That's when people realize
the
that they become
primal human,
Sorry?
if I may, the primal human would have known that, right?
The primal
Yeah,
human.
Yeah, the first those who invented the fires, you know.
I mean, probably, but like the primal human didn't even know about like bacteria, so I don't see like why the primal human is so like relevant.
So why did we just invent the idea of?
Wait.
So you're a vegan. That's good for you, but I don't know why you should make me a vegan too.
Can I
Or you
ask,
should.
can I ask you a question regarding like the primal human?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think morality is progressive? Do you think like as we progress as like a species, like we become like more and more moral?
Yeah, for sure. But
so then veganism could be something
why
that
are you
wait
still like raising cattle and things?
Why not?
Doesn't make any sense actually.
Why not? Vegans aren't. Right, but the point is, just because it's a new concept, that doesn't mean it's wrong, right? Women voting was once a new concept. You know, black people not being used as slaves was once a new concept, right? There's lots of things that are new concepts, right? That are, you know, undeniably better, but we just haven't worked out that they're something we should be concerned about until recently.
So okay, let me tell you. Okay,
there we go.
Could you try to convince me to become a vegan? I'm open up to all your suggestions.
I was just asking questions for now. So the question, my question was, if you know that many animals have to die for the way you eat and conduct yourself in the world right now, do you think that's a problem for the animals? Do you?
Well, as long as they're not extincting, so yeah, that is not.
Oh, no, but I'm asking, like, you have, like, if you eat a chicken, right? If you eat chicken body, it used to be a chicken. I'm asking, you eating that chicken's body, do you think it's a problem for the animal? For that animal, right? Not for their species.
Think they were meant to be bred and used like this. I mean, why don't you like?
Wait.
I'm asking, hold on. I'm asking you about the chicken. Do you think the chicken knows and accepts that they were bred for it and therefore like just goes to die peacefully without like, I don't know, any interpolation about it?
I don't know about the
problem
chicken
for the chicken.
feelings. Actually, I don't know about them.
Do you think? I'm asking for your opinion. Do you think it's a problem for that chicken that you eat their body that was slaughtered for you to eat them? Do you think it's a problem for them?
Maybe. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Would you put yourself in the place of that chicken about to be slaughtered for somebody to eat them?
You know what? I don't think chickens have enough brains to start a community by
asking,
themselves.
would you put yourself?
So no,
I'm
yeah, I
asking
wouldn't.
you.
I'm not a cattle for sure. But then the question is, why would animals eat animals?
Wait, but we're not animals.
Okay.
So we don't do what
I'm
animals do,
talking
right?
about the prey hunter concept.
Yeah, but the thing
I'm
is,
asking you though, if you're not gonna take the chicken's place, right, to be slaughtered, why does it matter if a lion eats animals? I'm asking about you, right?
Yeah, I don't really mind. Eventually, we'll all
You
die.
wouldn't mind to take a place of a chicken?
Yeah. If I was a chicken, I was bred for this reason. And then I'll die. And that's it.
Do you think a chicken knows
Wait,
that
hold up.
that they're bred for it and they agree to go to slaughter? Do you think that's what's happening?
I don't think if I was chicken, I would agree. But then again, that's fate, right?
it's not fate. It's not fate at all, right? Because you have the decision here, right? There is no fate. You get to decide.
Okay, then how do you feel when you're vegans? Do you actually do you feel any better? Let's talk on a healthy lifestyle.
Well, no. So
the same.
We're talking about morals, right? So
yeah. So you're more about morals than
you made a bunch of statements earlier that like I'd like to ask questions about if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure.
So you said like, you know, I can't remember the first one you said, but very recently you said they were bred for it, right? You said the chicken didn't know any better, right? But we used to say these things about like women, right? We used to say that women were here to, you know, be the wives of men, and they didn't know any better, right? But we've since realized that that's an abhorrent thing to think about women, right?
So women do have a brain to think.
Exactly.
Obviously,
right? Exactly.
they do have a tongue to speak for themselves.
Yeah, and so do chickens.
And you said earlier that morals is a progressive thing. You know.
Exactly. Right.
I believe when a chicken can start to think, maybe
Chickens
talk,
can think.
and then I'll take it into consideration.
That's not.
Actually,
No, because we give moral consideration to dogs, right? We don't kill and eat dogs, right?
yeah, sure.
And they've never spoken to us. Not in an English language or
Not in
a
any
human
other
language.
for sure.
Yeah, right. But we are aware of what dog, right? We know that dogs understand our language, right? Like I'm not on camera because my camera privileges have been taken away. But if I say ball, my dog runs over and looks at the ball, right? If I say sit,
true,
my dog sits, right? So he clearly is capable of understanding language, right?
So if you have a pet lion, let's say,
Mhm.
would you consent on him eating you just because you look like a prey?
No, I wouldn't. But I don't think anyone should eat other people because they look like prey, right?
It's their animal instinct, man.
It doesn't matter. We
There's a hunter and there's a prey. This is
you're
the nature working
you
shit out. You know?
you don't have an animal instinct, right? You don't follow your animal instinct urges, right? You're a
But you do
human.
have a survival instinct, do you?
But this is so
Do
we're
you think you
tangenting.
eat meat for survival? Do you think you eat meat for survival?
I mean, not for survival. We're talking about
Yeah,
instincts.
and it doesn't apply to you, is it? For us, it's the things that you said about animals eating other animals. The survival situation doesn't apply to you.
So
Why
to them,
why do you
to
eat?
them, we're
Why do you think?
slaughtering animals. Is that right?
Yeah. Why are we slaughtering animals? Why?
To consume them.
Yeah. Why? Why would you consume chicken and not beans?
You tell me. I don't know.
Well,
I've been raised this way.
Yeah.
I know a couple of vegan people, but they're not like vegan for the morality of it. They're vegan because they say it's healthier.
So let's put health aside for a second. Let's concentrate on morality because that's what we're here for. So if we can, instead of eating a slaughtered chicken, we can eat something else. Do you think that it's absolutely a trivial reason to kill an animal for?
I think you're using the word kill and slaughter in a way that makes us sound unhuman.
Well, those are the words.
So
Those
then,
are the words.
if we were, if we were
Animals.
stranded somewhere in the woods,
Yeah,
and
but we're not.
do you have these?
Yo, dog,
dog.
I've been trapped on so many desert islands as a vegan dog. That shit's so hilarious. Like, every time I talk to a meat eater, like, the desert island always comes up, bro.
No, I'm just saying, for example, I've never had this conversation with anybody, actually.
Yeah.
Have you ever been stranded on a... How many people you know have been stranded on a desert island, bro?
On a desert island? I've been stranded in the desert, but not on a desert island. I don't know.
Okay. How many people you know... I'm gonna ask you again. How many people you know have been, like, stranded on a desert island, with no food for, like, a very long time? Anywhere.
Like less than
Probably,
three.
like, yeah.
Less than three.
Yeah. Not that much.
No, I'm
so, like,
talking about the most.
The question of what would happen on a desert island doesn't matter, like, when you're not on a desert island. Because you're using a cell phone, right? You're probably using a cell phone or a laptop right now or a computer.
I mean, it makes sense. Actually,
it doesn't make sense because, like, on a desert island, people would probably eat each other because, like, they don't have access to, like, food.
Sorry,
but I don't think that would make it okay to eat a human, when you do have food. And, like, they're basically saying, like, the same thing when it comes to an animal. You should only be harming an animal when you need to.
Exactly. You need to
Yeah,
harm.
and
You don't need to harm when you need
exactly. In the context right now, you don't need to be paying for animal to get slaughtered, right? So, like, exactly, you're right. Thank you for agreeing. You should be a vegan. So, like, are you gonna go vegan?
Yeah, I'll try to be a vegan, but I can't promise you actually.
What's stopping you from being vegan? What's stopping you?
I'm not a vegan in the first place. I wasn't raised like this.
You don't need to be raised, right?
Yeah. I wasn't
Since
raised
I was a
as
child,
vegan,
I got used to eating meat.
Yeah, me too. Listen, so this is the thing, right? This is the thing that happens. All of us in this room, I bet, if not cool, but most of us, for sure, were raised to eat animal flesh and animal secretions. as part of our diet, right? Nobody here, I bet, was born vegan. We, throughout our lives, have discovered that it actually goes against our morals to slaughter and exploit animals for food that we find out is incredibly trivial and very easily replaceable by going to a supermarket and reaching our hand to a slightly different aisle in the supermarket, right? You just, instead of going down the lane where dead bodies are lying, you just go down another lane where the dry chickpeas or the canned chickpeas are, or where the tofu is, right? So the point that I'm trying to make for us,
Yeah.
you agree that you don't need animal products to survive, right?
I mean, you can survive without animal products.
Yeah, yeah. That makes it absolutely abhorrent to raise, exploit, and slaughter billions of animals every single year for something that is completely trivial, that we don't need to survive, and we can incredibly easily replace by going in a different aisle in a supermarket. Do you agree?
Maybe, yeah. I could agree on this.
What's stopping you from taking that extra step and stopping paying for slaughter of animals for trivial food?
I guess it's a matter of choice, right?
Well, that's the worst part, right? That's the worst
Yeah,
part.
yeah.
Yeah, because you now recognize that you don't need to kill animals to survive. That you have another choice, right? By saying, well, it's a personal choice. You're saying, well, I have a choice. I can slaughter animals for food, and I can not slaughter animals for food. You choose slaughter. What do
You
you think about
cornered me, right? Oh boy, I'm cornered right now. But yeah,
No,
since
I don't
it's a
want to
matter
be
of
cornered. I
no,
want
no,
you to ask yourself, yeah,
no, I've
why?
asked myself. Yeah, I don't know why,
Yeah.
but I guess if
So, like, if you
if
think about it, right? Do you understand what vegans do for food? Like, for instance, do you understand what
yeah, I
you have to do?
understand. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So what would like if you can imagine yourself getting up tomorrow and saying, okay, I'm gonna stop killing, choosing the slaughter part. I'm gonna start choosing the no slaughter part. What would be stopping you?
So yeah, I mean, with all due respect, you're talking
Yeah.
about slaughtering the animals and.
Yeah.
But aren't you concerned about the wars going on around the world?
We
Isn't
are.
this contradicting
We
to
can
the
be concerned
things
about
that you're
both.
saying?
Oh my
We can be
god, you
concerned
can
about
care
both.
about both, dudes. Why?
Yeah.
Well, it's contradicting, isn't it?
Why? Why is
No,
it?
it's not
No, why?
contradicting. What the
You're
fuck?
you're
Why is it
emphasizing
Wait,
on
contradicting?
the
wait.
Like, I'm
animals
Whoa,
giving
whoa,
when
you
there
whoa.
those
are human
Team,
things,
beings
right?
are being killed.
team, you should let Jess
Yeah.
answer this one for reasons that will become very obvious. So, why is it contradictory?
No, you're giving it such an importance
Okay.
that it may sound like it's the only problem going on around in the world right now.
Absolutely not. I'm giving it an absolute triviality. I'm saying that you can get up tomorrow and change very little, and animals are no longer going to be slaughtered. You can't really do anything about
Noted.
the several
I'll try,
wars
but
going
I
on
can't
right now,
promise
right?
you.
Sorry?
I'll try to do that, but I can't promise you anything, guys.
I know.
Do you need like resources
I'm
on how to
asking you,
go?
how
Wait,
can
hold
I
on one second.
help you, right?
Excuse me?
I'm asking you how I can help you, right? I'm asking you what would be the thing that prevents you. If it's war, please explain how a war prevents you from getting up tomorrow and becoming vegan.
No, it's not about the war. I'm talking about the idea of emphasizing this on top of
You can
other
emphasize what?
topics. That's
But
the only
it's not
point.
the problem. You just get up tomorrow and you no longer pay for slaughter to happen for
Okay.
you, right? And
Yeah.
you can continue to care about all the things like the wars and the politics and
So
I
this
don't know, like human
negotiation
rights.
is
You know?
on every day.
Sorry?
You're vegan sector. You're every day here.
So, yes, but a lot of the time we're
Okay.
here. A lot of the time we're here because I'm a trans woman. We have to deal with transphobia, right?
Okay, then I'll try it for at least a week is good, I think.
So-
If I can
No, I
cope
think
with
come
it.
on.
we
About a
ask
month.
we
About a
ask
month.
yeah, we ask people who try veganism to try for a month because that's how long it takes to form like habits that make things easier. Right? So the first day of veganism is the hardest day of veganism, but once you've done like 20 odd days of veganism, it's dead easy. You've learned all
So
the
do you
tricks.
consume milk and eggs or no? I don't really understand. I don't think you consume eggs, right?
Go on, PM.
No,
No.
we don't consume eggs and dairy.
Milk?
We don't consume. Yeah, no,
You don't
no,
consume dairy?
any dairy. No. Would
Oh,
you like me to
oh.
explain to you why?
I can read about it. No, I can build up an idea or opinion.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
if you want to, you can ask me, and I'll explain to you why vegans don't eat dairy or eggs.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, okay. So in dairy, first of all animals are slaughtered in the end. So there is no escaping that, right? So for the same reason, I wouldn't eat meat, I wouldn't eat dairy either. All of them are exploited and slaughtered for their body in the end. But in dairy, it gets even worse, right? Because do you know why cows make milk?
No, actually, you do tell me.
Yeah, well, for the same reason that human women or human mothers, I guess, make milk. It's for babies.
Oh.
So, in order for a cow to create dairy in her udders, she needs to be pregnant first, and then she needs to give birth. And when she gives birth, her calf is not allowed to drink that milk because humans want that milk because it costs money, right? You can sell it for money. So male calves are usually killed, slaughtered either immediately or in about a month or two or three for veal. And female calves are raised to replace their mothers one day, right? To become these constantly impregnated milking machines. And so after about 5 or 6 pregnancies, a cow can no longer hold it because they were also like genetically manipulated to give milk even when they're pregnant, something that human females can't do at this point. Because, when you're pregnant, you're not supposed to feed another child. So after this huge amount of cycles of impregnations and milking and being in unnatural environments altogether, they just literally collapse. They can't. They can't stand up anymore. So they're sent to slaughter. And the upsetting part about this is, aside from what I said, about 25% of them collapse when they are already pregnant again. So they get to the slaughterhouse and they get slaughtered, and their babies get slaughtered as well, right? Their fetuses. In eggs, the situation is similar because in hatcheries, chickens are hatched. Some of them are male, some of them are female. So only females can produce eggs, and males can't, and they are considered like a waste product in the egg industry. And so they are basically thrown into a blender the first day of existence, or sometimes they're just thrown into a bin to be suffocated and or drowned, or like absolutely horrific stuff happened to them on the first day of life. And then the females, they go to live basically like or in small cages or in large sheds, and they are genetically manipulated to produce way more eggs than they naturally would, like about, I think, 300 times more eggs than they naturally would produce. So they also, at the end of about 2 years of producing eggs, they collapse and they or either don't produce as much or just literally die. And when entire flocks, like their production declines a little bit, just kind of gassed to death in most places in the world. So the sheds are just filled with this kind of bubbly gas that suffocates them.
Oh boy! I think that's enough. You've built your argument in a very good way, actually.
I
Yeah.
actually have a quick question. Like, there are some places or farms where things are done in a less harsh way. Like, you mentioned things
Yeah.
which are really extreme, but there are farms where chickens are grown in a natural manner, and cows are
Well,
grown in a natural
I'm
manner.
actually, I'm actually an expert on that of sorts, because I have an Instagram account called Harmsteader, where I spy on homesteaders on Reddit, right? And I read their stuff, I read their problems and the things they want to talk about online. And actually, I'm becoming slowly convinced that sometimes, in some cases, animal welfare on small farms is worse than on big commercial farms. In some cases, right? In the way that non-vegans care about. Like, for instance, on small farms, especially small animals are slaughtered without stunning, right? And they also don't have like veterinary care, or don't bother to have veterinary care. They're also not vaccinated and not given antibiotics. So it's potentially more suffering, right, on small farms.
I'm
But
speaking depending on my experiences. Like, there are farms near my house, like chicken farms, where chickens are grown in a natural manner and their babies are not taken away from them. And there are vets to take care of them, medicines to take care of them. The owner of the farms doesn't inject them with, harmful medicines to, get more
well, the
meat out of
medicine are not harmful. The medicine are
and
actually
everything
there
that
to
they does is
prevent
actually
problems.
natural. I don't see
Sorry,
any problem with that.
I don't agree with you, like, on even on the premise. There is nothing natural even in farms, because even
I
in
mean, if
small
you
farms,
live
because
chicken in a street or a forest, they will die eventually. So someone has to take care of them.
well, that's why that's why we're saying those animals shouldn't exist in the first place.
They shouldn't exist. Wow, wow.
Sorry, can you?
That's
If
right.
you want to inject an animal with some medicine, you gotta ask them first if they, you gotta ask them to give you their consent. So you are not
That's
allowed.
a
Why
stupid
would you?
argument, bro. Yeah,
That's a silly
I
argument.
don't
That's a
think
stupid argument, really.
you should stop.
But let me address
Yeah,
it anyways. Can I address it anyways?
No,
that's
no, don't
true.
address it
You
anyways.
cannot inject
Speak
Yeah,
about.
any animal
Let's wait.
with something.
No.
sorry, the echo is extremely. Yeah, thank you.
So let's speak about these
So
hypothetical ethical farms. Fuck the consenting animals, dumb shit.
No, I mean,
yeah.
I
No,
literally have some farms near my house.
yeah.
Like, I don't
I understand. I
see the
understand.
chickens
But listen,
suffering there.
let me try to change your mind on the matter, because, as I said,
Okay.
I'm a bit of an expert now on small farms. So first of all, it doesn't matter if the farm is small or large. The animal's reproductive
No, I'm not saying about small
system.
farms. I'm saying about farms which are, making them grow in a natural way. It doesn't matter if it's small or big.
I'm sorry. I'm going to disagree with you in a huge way, because none of them are raised in a natural way, and I'm getting there. I'm trying to explain why. So first of all, farmers must control reproduction of animals. They don't just let animals do whatever they want with with having basic babies and stuff like that, because there's a schedule. There's a schedule to keep when it comes to animals. They have to birth them at a certain point, because there are all kinds of considerations for that. But actually, I don't even care. Like, if you're correct and they are raised in a natural way, I would argue that it's immoral anyways, because everything that is done to them comes from this matter of exploiting them for their products or for the things that we want them to become. And that's always abusive. It never comes down to animals are like actually happy or get to live long lives and things like that, because all farms fuck up because they think about the price, right? They think what they can get. And seriously, you can come and check it out. My Instagram, Harmsteader. It's incredibly abusive. They talk about animals
I
only
know there
from.
are farms and companies that does a lot of horrible stuff with the animals.
I'm talking
I'm
to you
actually
about
aware of
like
it.
I'm talking to you about the best ones. I'm talking to you about the smallest, most
I actually seen some
most
in the
ethical
social media.
farms. Sorry?
I have seen some in the social media, so I know.
Yeah. So you look at animals and they're like kind of, they kind of run around and stuff like that. But all of those animals, right, are raised for the product.
Hey guys.
And the
I
consideration
got
of
your
how
point,
long
but
they're going
what
to
you're
live.
saying is that they should not exist, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They should
So
not
what are
exist.
you gonna do with the chickens and the cattle animals are alive
Not
right now?
breed them into existence because the small farms they buy chickens or they buy animals from breeders
So like the
or they
chickens which
breed their
are
own.
alive right now, what do you want to do with them?
So you're at
Well, the question you're asking if we're pushing a button and everybody is vegan and nobody wants those products anymore, right? So what do we do with the animals that are left? So hopefully, right now we're feeding billions of animals just to slaughter them or just to exploit them and stuff like that. Hopefully, what we can do is continue feeding these animals, right, until they're and like taking care of them, basically turning farms into sanctuaries, and just let them live out their
I mean,
natural
they will
life.
have babies, right? They will reproduce.
Well, right now we separate the animals by sex. Why wouldn't we continue doing that?
Well, I see that evil as well.
I sorry to interrupt you
Kind of
guys, but
evil
I
as
have a
well.
question. I have a quick question. Isn't it like a bad thing when you eat the planets? I mean, when you're vegan, you eat
I
more
mean, plants,
planets. Yeah,
plants,
plants
not planet.
Sure.
and Earth will become like mm, not that green because you're eating the planets, not
Well,
uh,
the thing is that
right?
animals, they also need to eat. And people think like animals only graze or something, like they only eat grass, but that's not true. About a third of the world crops we grow specifically, right, to feed to animals. Like for instance, the Brazilian soy, for which the rainforest is cleared, all of that soy, almost 100% of it, goes to feed the farmed animals. People kind of forget that animals that end up on a plate used to be like alive and they needed calories, right? So even when we feed them not specific crops, even if we feed them like food that we gathered, right? That food needed to be grown somewhere. So there is a if you go to our world in data and you write down what happens if the world goes vegan or something like that, it shows that by if the entire world went vegan, we could reduce farmland by 75%, and we can reduce specifically cropland by about 2 million acres or something ridiculous like that, right? So basically, if the entire world went vegan, not only would we free like most of the land that we use right now for agriculture and we can do other shit with it, right? I would love to not live in a small box, right? And I think like new cities can be there, like places of nature. But also, like if the entire world went vegan, we would actually need to grow less plants for food and feed the entire population. Because right now we're growing like grains and stuff like that in Africa, and then we export it from Africa to affluent countries to feed the livestock, while African children are fucking dying from starvation. That's
Okay,
fucked up.
that's
And
really
that
cool.
can be fixed by the world.
Can I ask you just a quick question? Why do we have like four front like sharp teeth, like four of them? Do you
Yeah.
guess like maybe that's because our evolution we used to eat meat? Do you think that it's really good to go against your race as a humans to not eat meat? And you have, you know, what's gonna end up like
Hold on.
that?
Can you stop? Can you stop? Because that's too many questions and I'm gonna forget them. Let me address the thief first of all. So I follow this primatologist. She's a PhD student on YouTube, and she says that in primates, which we are evolutionarily, so the teeth have very little. The shape of a teeth has very little to do with diet, and specifically the canines, right? So we have canines as primates. We have canines to intimidate each other, basically, and to look sexier to each other. That's what we used to do. Now, I'm not going to deny that humans are omnivores and we do have adaptations to like eat both plants and meat. But I don't think that matters in the 21st century when, frankly, we have different goals than we used to when we were kind of, you know, these footing monkeys trying to survive. Right now, we want to go for longevity and we want to live good, healthy lives. And not only do we not need meat or animal products for that, in some instances, it hinders our goals to live long and healthy lives. So basically, going on a plant-based diet with supplementation, it may be not natural, it may be against our adaptations as human beings, but it prolongs our lives and it, you know, it doesn't slaughter animals. So
Okay, I
it's
see, I
a
see.
win-win.
I have another question actually. You know, when you become a vegan, you have to maintain a proper vegan diet, and it's quite
Yeah.
expensive, and a lot of people cannot afford to properly maintain those vegan diets. So, what do you suggest those people?
Yeah, sure. So my food budget is the smallest of all people I know around me, and I don't know that many vegans. But my food budget is tiny. When I tell people what my food budget is, they like they can't believe me. So if you are budgeting, then you just you just work within your budget. But also, I think there was a
When
study
you're asking
specific.
that dice question, you mentioned that with
Yeah,
supplements, you know, but there
yeah,
are people who works really hard, works in a field like farmers,
yeah.
does labor. They really need those nutritions and stamina and other stuff. And to get
Yeah.
those
So
nutritions,
what
they may need those supplements, but they cannot afford them.
my supplements cost literally much less than animal products.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
just
my
like
B12
people in
supplements, it
Africa,
costs
they
about
cannot
$10 for the
afford them.
entire year.
No, wait. So we're talking about like we're breaking the golden rule. Is we talk to the individual,
Sorry, I'm apologize.
right? So
Yeah.
we're not
So
talking
are
about
you
people
a
in.
farmer? Are you a farmer? Can you afford $10 a year to pay for a B12 supplement?
How do you get
Supplements
B12
in
supplements?
the price of supplements is varies depending on which country you live.
No.
Like
You. We're talking about you. We
Yeah, yeah,
always
you. I'm
talk to
talking
the
about you.
individual.
in my country, if I want to get those supplements, I have to buy those from another country because in my country we don't have supplements. We have to export them.
What's
And
your
if I want
country?
to
Sure.
export them, I'm from Bangladesh. And
Okay.
if I want to export them from another country, I have to pay for the taxes, which are extra, and it will end up
Well, how much
um,
would it cost? How much would it cost? Would it cost like more than a steak every day?
I'm not sure about the price, but it's obviously way more than just $10.
Okay, I've found you a source of B12 in Bangladesh. I don't know what the Bangladeshi currency. I don't know how you pronounce that, but it's 12.
You have to pay the tax though.
No, this is in Bangladesh. This is in Bangladesh. You don't have to import this. Uh,
Can you give me the link?
I mean, yeah,
Jet for
medex.com.bd.
solutions. Oh my god, the solutions are amazing. Holy shit.
Don't we need to eat meat in
So
terms of to
I
get
just
B12?
I just want to say that
Sorry,
as
again?
someone who's not from Bangladesh, that might not be the best like source of B12 in Bangladesh, but it took me 10 seconds to Google it. I'm sure Bangladesh is a place where you can buy B12 supplements.
For us in here in Palestine, I have like I used to be vegetarian, I still am. It's about like $12 in here.
If I go to a countryside in my country and tell a farmer that
No,
he
no, we're
has to
not.
buy
We're not. We're not. We're not. We're
B12
talking
Not
to
talking
supplements,
about the
you,
then
farmer.
he'll say,
right?
"What
We're
the fuck are
talking
you
to
saying?"
you. We're not talking to a farmer in your country. We're talking to you. Like this idea that vegan activism has to be
I'm
like
just asking
I
questions,
no, I know
man.
you
I
are.
mean,
I know you are, but you can't hold us accountable to talking to every single individual on the planet at the same time. We're having this conversation with you, and when we talk to a person who cannot get B12, right? Then we'll have a different conversation with them, right? Because I have thousands and thousands of these conversations a week, right? So at the minute, you have to accept that you're having a conversation with a vegan, and they only care about whether or not you can be vegan, right?
I still don't believe those vegan diet is enough when you're working at hard labor.
So I run ultra marathons. I run 58 kilometers in 8 hours, right?
I have another question regarding what you said
No, no,
right
no,
now.
wait. You just told me that you can't have a vegan diet and do hard labor, right? We have Olympians who are vegan, right? We have
Yeah,
world's strongest men who are vegan,
no,
right?
it follows your statement.
Okay,
Can I ask that question?
of course you can.
Hello?
Yes, of course you can. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
So, different people have different biological capabilities. So, some people are born strong, some people are born weak, different people they are. And some people can lead a healthy, a strong life with a vegan diet. They can run marathons, they can do wrestling, MMA fights, whatever they want. But there are a lot of people who are not, their biological capabilities are not the same as those people.
So
So if they
wait,
start vegan diet, they may lose their stamina. They may feel pain in their bone joints.
no. So the largest board of nutritions on the planet, the American Board of Dietetics, has said that a vegan lifestyle is acceptable for all people at all stages of life. Right? If you're like a celiac, right, who also has is allergic to like legumes, and you have like a bunch of different allergies, it might be harder, and there might be some rare cases where it's so hard because of the ridiculous amount of allergies you have that you might be recommended to substitute some animal products, right? But unless you're telling me you have a billion different allergies, that doesn't matter, right? I know people who have like 10 different allergies and they're still vegan.
I I recently saw an influencer. I don't know if you know
That
him
doesn't
or not.
matter. That doesn't matter, right? I also saw the lady who only ate mangoes die, right? But she only ate fucking mangoes, right? There's loads of meat eaters. There was a guy who was a carnivore who only ate meat. He died at like 46 years old the other
So
day.
we actually need vegetables. But
We
I
do.
believe that we need vegetables and meat at the same time.
What your
Sorry,
I
what do
mean,
you
my
think we need in
biological
meat?
yeah, what
my
What do you
biological
think we need in meat,
capabilities and
please?
your biological capabilities are different. You can survive. Actually can survive with just vegetables, but maybe I cannot.
well,
Sorry, Skizo, can I ask you what do you think we need from meat?
I'm actually not a science guy. I'm not expert in
Yeah.
nutrition, but
You
I
need proteins, B12
know
also.
that there are some
Sure.
nutritions
So
in the
Just
so
one
meat.
please, yeah,
question.
please
Just
allow
one
me. Please
question. Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
can I answer the question first, and then you can go. Sorry, Pex for Pix. So Schizo, B12 we already established. It's a much cheaper way to get B12 than eating a steak every day. You just get it in a pill form, and you just take a pill. As for proteins, all necessary amino acids are found in plants, and all you need to do is eat a varied diet. You might need to make sure that you eat actually things with higher level of protein, like tofu and seitan, and like a large amount of chickpeas and lentils and stuff like that. And worse get worse, you can just like supplement pea protein. You can just literally have a protein shake, and you get all the amino acids that you need from meat from plants. Yeah, it's actually incredibly unnecessary to get protein from animal products, and it actually might be detrimental because all animal products come with saturated fat, and saturated fat seems to me to have negative health outcomes on humans, and it's just like shortens longevity, it seems, in a very profound way, and doesn't only shorten longevity, it also kind of fucks up our lives in a later time. You know, like after 60, you kind of you sick all the time, and it seems that if we lean on plant protein, that doesn't happen because there is no or very little
I mean, there
saturated
are a
fat.
lot of people who their ages are, 70 plus, near 80 or 80 plus. They are quite healthy
Yeah,
and they never, go through the
yeah,
vegan
yeah, yeah.
diet.
Well, there's a person or two in the world that smoke and smoked their entire life until 120, and they live until 100 or something like that, right? So that happens. We're talking about like extreme examples of human superiority, somebody who like really won the genetic lottery. Most of us are not there. Most of us, if we smoke our entire lives, we die at 60 from lung cancer and from related problems like heart disease and stuff like that, right? So taking like examples of that vegan lady who basically starved herself to death, or taking an example of people who in their 70s or 80s and they eat a lot of animal products, that's like cherry picking out of a population. And on a population level, we actually know that saturated fat has negative outcomes on our health and longevity. So, you know,
Okay, I get it. So,
yeah.
by the way,
Sorry,
one quick
Pexcopix
question
wanted
actually. So,
really to ask a
one quick
question. So
question,
do you
guys.
mind?
What?
Oh yeah,
Pexcopix really wanted to ask
yeah.
one. So yeah.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm gonna sound like a pervert or something. God help me, please. So I'm not really against vegetarians because I'm one of them. But the thing is that when I think about breastfeeding babies, I guess that's normal because we are at the end of the day we all are animals. Do you agree with that? That we are animals?
We are
Well,
animals.
Okay,
vegans are not
that's
against breastfeeding babies, so I don't know why
okay.
you would
Yeah,
say that.
we are animals at least. We can agree on that.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
guess like the way that we get milk, it's really useful for babies. So I guess like when we need to take protein from other animals, that's really the same thing,
Wait,
kind of.
wait, wait,
I
wait.
think that's right.
Why do you
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
need
whoa.
to take protein
Yeah,
from other animals?
No, 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 wait, wait, wait. Which other animal species on the planet drinks milk after infancy?
humans.
Which other?
I don't care about others.
No, you said it's natural
I've
to
s-
drink
I,
milk
I,
as a
You
baby.
said
I've
we're
So
seen.
animals. So please give us an example of an animal that isn't a human that drinks milk after infancy.
Oh, I
you
don't know actually.
you just used this as your argument. So if you can give an example of
No,
another,
what I say.
you said
If
it's
if
no,
okay,
wait, wait.
I'm gonna say it another way. If okay, I'm gonna say it another way. So if it's not okay for babies to not drink from to breastfeed from their mothers, why is it okay to others to not do it?
Wait,
It's like we are humans at the end. Sorry
no,
to
no,
say.
no.
What
I
do you
said I'm
mean?
gonna sound like
Vegans
a
are
pervert.
sorry.
Wait,
Sorry,
all
I'm gonna stop you there. Vegans are fine with breastfeeding human to human. So I don't understand what you're asking. Can you please clarify what you mean? Do you mean because human babies drink milk at infancy because that's what animals do? Therefore, in our after infancy, we should drink milk from another animal? I don't see the
Okay.
connection, like the
So you
logical
say
connection there.
so you agree that's really natural to drink. Breastfeeding is really normal, and also eating meat is also normal. That's what I'm playing right now because we have like those sharp
What do you
teeth,
mean by
and
normal? Sorry,
uh,
what do you mean by normal? What do you
it's
mean by
natural to do
normal?
it because
Yeah,
it's natural,
yeah. What? It's okay. Yeah, it's natural to do it, but it's immoral.
immoral. Okay, do you know? I find
And
it
it's
really.
easily replaceable. What makes it immoral is that it's incredibly easily replaceable. You basically have a choice. You can eat food that causes exploitation and slaughter of animals, or you can choose not to. And in both cases, like in the second case, you might be unnatural or whatever, but you can be healthy and have like a really long, healthy life, right? And you're doing that without exploiting and killing animals. So I don't really understand why we're bringing what natural into the conversation that we are having on Discord in the 21st century via computers and microphones.
Okay,
So
so because just
why would you choose something natural, and especially then say that animal agriculture is natural? You point at that as a natural thing when everything in there is not only artificial, it's also like completely takes all the natural instincts of animals and disregards them, right?
I'm gonna ask
Not
you
that
this
that
question.
matters. It's just not like it's not moral. I don't know
What?
how else to explain it.
It's actually not moral to not feed kids like milk from other. If you know,
Wait,
after
what?
sometimes.
Why?
Why? What is it in milk? What is it in milk that humans need to drink? What is it specifically in cow milk, right? What is it in
Protein.
it? Well, you can get protein from
Wait,
plants. I
wait, wait,
think
wait,
we
wait, wait, wait,
established
wait.
that.
Wait,
Do you
no, no,
think
no,
that
wait.
there's no difference between the protein that you get from plants and protein
Yeah,
when you get
yeah.
from
We actually
animals?
have a like, yeah, we have we have emerging scientific findings on the health outcomes or on the protein status, comparing people who take animal protein and plant protein, and there is no difference between the two. Both can build muscle and live healthful lives. So there is nothing in animal protein specifically that we humans need to survive. The only thing we need to survive and can't get on a vegan diet is B12.
Can you send that study to us, please? If you say that they have the same amino acids in both proteins, the plant one and the meat one, I don't know. Can you send us the study for that?
Well, they don't have the same, but they have both have all the essential amino acids that we need to live. Yeah. Like
Okay, can
if you
Yes.
compare like cow milk and soy milk is actually higher in protein. And the amino acids, all the essential amino acids are in there. So it's actually more beneficial to drink soy because it doesn't come with all. First of all, it doesn't come with all the misery of the production of cow milk. But second of all, it doesn't come with mixed health outcomes that come from cow milk, which is problematic. It is. We have science on that, right?
okay, but what about, I'm not just arguing to argue. What about B12? Like,
You
I
just
mean,
take
like,
you just take a supplement.
and where does that supplement comes from? I'm sure that factories does
Yeah,
produce that, but what's the main source of that? Like, is
yeah,
it like
sure.
from
It's
the soil or
bacteria.
is it
No, it's
bacteria?
bacteria. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, I see.
Hmm.
Okay.
So, can I ask you a few questions, packs of pics?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, why aren't you vegan?
I guess I can't like get off cheese. Maybe that's one of the
Oh,
reasons.
what is it about cheese that
And
is so gripping to you?
also about chocolate and those stuff, cakes and stuff. Like it's not really, you can't find in the market here a lot of those. I mean, if you dig really deep, you can find some, but I guess it's
Sorry,
not
what is it
worth it.
about those foods that is so gripping to you that you actually like willing to accept the exploitation and slaughter of animals to get them, right? Because that's a steep price, right? Let's agree on that. Like for the animal to like be exploited for 6 or 7 years, be like constantly impregnated, to just produce this, I would call it trivial food, and for you to like to say, yeah, it's worth it. What is it in that food that is worth all this misery?
It's not. I'm used to it. What I'm trying to say is like, uh, I know that slaughtering animals is really bad, and I can never do it, like slaughter an animal or a bird or even like kill a spider or something. But people have to do it if they wanna eat. Like, look, if we go to tribes in Africa that they do not have internet or
No,
something.
no, no, no. Let's not go to tribes of Africa. Jess has a very specific rule about this conversation. Let's concentrate on you. So let's talk about you. What
Okay.
is it about those foods that makes you basically betray your morals? Because you do think that it's immoral, right?
I believe that I'm not gonna kill the cow if I drink its milk.
Yeah.
I actually feed it.
Sorry,
So
what you say? Sorry, what can you repeat that?
so when I drink, like, let's say cow milk or sheep milk, let's say, I'm not gonna kill it because I'm
Them,
feeding it. Do you understand my point?
them. The cows
No,
are
not really, but
them's.
just understand. Okay. Yeah, just
Sorry?
go.
Well, we're watching Dairy is Scary. We're gonna watch Dairy is Scary if you're watching the stream. Are you watching Chase's stream?
No.
You should click on Chase's stream.
So cruel.
So in the dairy industry, right? When we cows need to be pregnant to create milk, right? So in order to create milk, we impregnate cows. But boy cows
Okay.
don't produce milk, right? So boy cows are no use to the dairy industry. So boy cows are sold for meat as young as it's legal to slaughter them in the country that they're bred, right? So when we buy milk, we pay for dairy cows to give birth, and 50% of those births are to boys who become meat, right? So when we buy milk, we pay for meat, right? And if you look at the stream, you'll see baby bobby calves in the dairy industry being thrown onto slaughter lines. You'll see them being bolt gunned in the head, and you'll see their hooves being put on hooks and their throats being slit. And these are dairy calves. These are not meat calves.
Okay. I see.
Right? The dairy industry is the meat industry, and the meat industry is the dairy industry. They're the same thing.
So back of pigs, can you like tell me why wouldn't you like get up tomorrow and just like choose to not exploit and cause slaughter of
Why
animals
do you do
with
that?
I mean, like, I didn't know, they do this stuff like
Yeah.
to
In
the
my
animals.
country, I think in my country they don't do that. They grow them
Yeah.
in like
What country?
open in Egypt.
Egypt.
They grow
Exactly.
them in a big place,
No.
with lands.
I,
They eat, they live freely,
I,
and if they
no, you
I,
you must impregnate cows in dairy. You
yeah,
must. It must
if
happen.
if the cow just deliver a baby, they bring
Yeah.
milk along with with it, you know.
with to them, not it.
Yeah,
We don't call
yeah.
animals it. We call them them.
Okay. And if it's
If
for
they're,
them,
if
if they
they're,
are not pregnant, they simply don't bring milk. Just they deal with animals like that in my country.
so I promise you that in Egypt they do the same thing they do.
This
And
video is so cruel
it's
that
not.
I'm watching.
This is standard industry practice, right? So this has been filmed in
I'm
Australia.
not with that. If
Wait,
I
wait.
know that,
This has been filmed in Australia, right? But we have evidence of this happening all over the planet, right? Most countries in the world have had people going into slaughterhouses with cameras and pointing cameras at slaughterhouses, and it all looks the same, right? This is what we do to animals to create the products that people want to buy on the large scale. Right? If you want beef to be affordable for human beings, then those cows have to live in the smallest amount of space possible, in the largest number, and for the shortest amount of time. If you want milk on a large scale, then those cows have to live in the smallest place possible, right? And they have to produce as much milk as possible for as long as possible until they reduce the amount of milk that they produce, and then they're slaughtered and replaced with other cows that produce milk at a better rate. It's the same for eggs, right? Once the egg production of a chicken is decreased, the chicken is slaughtered and they replace them with new chickens. These animals live very short, brutal lives.
Yeah,
They're
it's
not
so
treated well.
sad.
It is sad. It's very sad, right? And most people don't know it. I didn't know it until I was 28 years old, right? I thought cows were all happy and then we just killed them, right? I thought they had a lovely life and they had one bad day. That's not true. They have a very hard life and then they have one very fucking bad day, right?
Can you speak more about how do we get milk from animals? Like, is it like the same quality or what?
Yeah, I can explain the dairy industry. So the dairy industry starts with a cow being made pregnant, and then what will happen is the cow will give birth, and we will have two different cows. There will either be a boy cow or a girl cow. If you're unlucky enough to be born as a boy cow, you are immediately taken away from your mother, who who grieves you being taken away, but can't do anything about it. You're taken to a holding place where you're kept for as little as is legally allowed before they then slaughter you. Before the whichever industry slaughters you, and you're sold as veal if you're a boy. If you're born as a girl, the same thing happens, except you're not slaughtered. You're taken away and you're kept away from your mother. And you will be given growth hormones and as much food as possible to try and breed you up to uh, the weight that you can be impregnated at as early as possible. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's between like 9 months and 12 months that they start impregnating dairy cows. Um, so at the age of about 12 months, you will be impregnated for the first time by a farmer inserting his arm into your anus up to about the elbow and sort of aligning your cervix so that a rod can be uh, stabbed into your cervix and you can be ejected with bull semen that's been forcibly extracted from a bull in rather horrific ways that I won't go into um, until the end. Um, you're then impregnated. You're pregnant for 9 months, and you'll experience a very similar experience to a human mother. You'll have all the same hormones flood through your body that will make you want to look after and care for your child. And then one day after 9 months, you will give birth to your child, and you will see them for the first time, and they will be utterly beautiful to you. You will have a biological incentive to want to look after them and care for them. You will begin to lick them and groom them and try and form a bond with your child. And then a farmer will come and take away that child.
Okay.
And you will begin. Wait, no, it's not done yet. You asked for the description. I'm giving you the description. You will then begin to produce milk for the first time in your life. As your child has been, you will grieve your child, and you will start producing milk, and you will have to be milked twice a day because your body will be in pain if you're not milked twice a day because you're carrying so much fucking milk because you've been genetically engineered through selective breeding to carry so much milk that you need to be milked twice a day. You'll do this for about 300 to 65 days, right? About a year, before you'll have to be re-impregnated again. And you'll go through the entire process, except this time you'll continue to be producing milk whilst you're pregnant. So your body will be heaving with a newborn baby and also a ridiculous amount of milk on top. This will cause your body to very slowly start to just deteriorate. And by the age of about 5 or 6 years old, after you've gone through 4 or 5 pregnancies, your body will be utterly fucked. You will be literally unable to walk. Your back legs might have been shackled together so that you don't fall to the ground as your legs splay open because of the amount of like sort of, calf and milk between your back legs, right? And eventually, when you're unable to produce the same amount of milk and your body is literally falling to pieces, you'll be dragged to a slaughterhouse, right? Often literally by a man with a rope pulling you by your back legs across the floor of a slaughterhouse, and you'll be killed. And the most horrific thing I think about the dairy industry is a lot of these cows are killed when their body falls to pieces, which is when they're heavily pregnant. And the slaughterhouse worker will have to cut open your mother's womb, your womb rather, and a baby calf will fall out in some varying degree of development. And that calf will then be slaughtered there also on the slaughterhouse floor.
Uh,
And their
what do you
leather,
mean?
the
What
calf,
do you mean when you say like they eventually kill them? Like,
Dairy cows are
like
killed at about dairy cows are killed at about 5 to 6 years old when their
uh,
milk production is reduced and when they're no longer able to walk because their
Yeah,
body is
and they're
so
turned into
deteriorated.
ground beef and sold to kids for school lunches. But their natural lifespan, like Jess was saying, they're killed when they're about 5 years old, but their natural lifespan is about 20, 25 years old.
20, 25.
Yeah, cow can live to about. I think some cows have lived to 30 actually. Most cows live
So
between 20 to 25 years.
if they if we consumed milk in the natural way,
Yeah,
if we wait for a natural pregnancy, then we drank the the leftovers of the milk that in the cow. Is it okay to consume milk, or is it not okay also?
yeah, good question actually. Yeah.
So when we talk about natural, like um, pregnancy of cows, right? Like cows are a
Yeah,
domesticated species. We have full agency over their entire existence. A cow doesn't get pregnant unless we decide to put them in a field with a bull, right? And also when we talk about cows, right? A cow produces milk because of their baby, for their baby, right? If a cow has become pregnant and they are then giving birth to a baby calf, their milk will be used to grow that cow. That cow takes a lot of sort of nutrients to become, an adult, right? So the only way we get to use the milk of the mother is if we deny the mother her baby, right? So when you talk about the normal, natural way of a cow existing, right? Like you have to distort it so much in order to be able even to be able to get milk, right?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, and what we're saying is we don't want to breed animals into existence in farms just so that we can take their milk or their meat or anything like this. Like, of course, it'd be less bad if you just found some, like some excess milk, some extra milk, so like the situation you're describing of, the baby isn't separated, the mother's not killed, like the best situation you can imagine. Is it okay for us to then take the little bit of extra milk? Well, the problem is we're breeding these animals into existence with udders that are too big. They produce 4 times as much milk as they naturally would, and that hurts their bodies for them to have to do this. And so, so we shouldn't be breeding these animals into existence.
But we saw our grandparents do it like all the time, and the cows seem like kind of happy, like they are being fed, and they have like can have kids of their own. So I guess maybe that's like less cruel.
so
Yeah,
can we reduce? Can we you know return the old natural cow and replace what we have done to the cows now, if you know what I mean.
There is no way that a cow can go back to being in nature because they're already like so modified by humans. It's very like if we were to put animals back in the nature, they would just simply die because of health issues that they have. So the best thing for us to do when it comes to these kind of things that which I think we should do to pugs.
and
We
Yeah,
bulldogs.
should,
it's so sad for bugs, I know.
yeah,
No,
but
not
it's for the
bugs.
Why?
better of the.
The the dog that's called a pug that has a smushed in face where they can't
He
breathe very well.
suffers all his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is
They
he?
have
Wait, wait,
breathing
wait.
issues.
How is he any different to a dairy cow? How is the pug
I
any different to
didn't
a dairy cow?
know that it was they was
Hmm.
genetically modified. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Through
think that
selective breeding, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
they can't reverse it, right?
Well, there's no way to reverse like things that we've done. We could probably, what you could do, it's breed a selective animal to be completely different than they are, but that would be also unethical. So the best thing to do is just not let them breed because they're already like so
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
And
and we don't need to drink milk. You know, we have oat milk, rice milk, almond milk, hemp milk, coconut milk.
And if you don't
You
want to drink
know,
any of them, you don't have to. It's just simple.
yeah, and like I drink oat milk usually, and it's really good. Like vanilla oat milk is super good. But also I eat vegan ice cream that's made out of coconut milk or almond milk or oat milk. And vegan cheese, like some vegan cheese is not very good, but some vegan cheese is really good, you know, so it just depends on the brand.
yeah. And like I don't think it's a reasonable question. Park, your microphone's not very good. So I don't think it's a reasonable question to say like, oh my, I'm gonna mute you, Park.
Yo,
Sorry.
Park, your microphone is shit, man. It's shush, Park, shush, shush, shush.
Can I ask one question? It's like,
I wanna make a point. So I think the last question was like, how do we like treat these cows so that we can have milk in the most ethical way? And I think you already
Yeah,
understand that like the solution is that we just don't have milk, right? Because like you can't like try and find out like the least abusive way to get a product that you don't need, right? Just don't use the product, right? Just you don't need the product, so let's just not abuse the cows for it.
isn't that like normal to, to deal with cows that way? Like being with a farm, a little house, a family of 5 people. I can't park. Hey,
Just mute Park.
uh, what I was saying, like you have a small house and a big farm, and you have like maybe 20 cows, and you just have 5 people in your family and do it like the natural way. You win and they win at the same
No, you
time. Like you
don't.
feed them.
No, you don't win, right? Like the way,
Why?
right? Let me tell you how you win. You ready how everyone wins? Right? Everyone wins where you have a nice little house with 5 people. You have 20 cows that are just there to exist and have a nice life and not be like used for any product. And you just buy oat milk and you drink the oat milk, right? The cows win because they just get to have a nice life. They're not like used for a product, right? You win because you get milk, right? And no one has to be abused, right? Because
And
like no one would ever no one would ever make the argument like, like how do I treat the dog best if I want to kick them every now and then, right? You just live with the
No,
dog but you don't kick them.
no, I didn't mean to abuse them. I guess like it's not abusement, is it? Like
It
to
is. It is. It is abuse, right? Like if like let's say you had a child, right? For the intent purpose that you wanted to like use them to get social media followers, right? And you kept them just to get social media followers, right? And their entire existence was like you taking pictures of them to put on Instagram, right? You would be using this child, right? It would be exploitation.
I've read like a book for Jonathan McCurdy about why I'm glad my mother died. Yeah, same stuff I guess. But I thought like it was like normal for humans to do it. You see, like to feed the cows and then make them feed you in reverse.
So if I
That's
can, if I can address that, so there is absolutely no way that you bring animals into existence and you don't abuse them. There's no way, because if you want milk, for instance, you must impregnate them at a certain time, right? So you basically control their reproduction, right? And then you control what happens to the babies. If you want the milk, that's what has to happen. Moreover, you have to feed them in a very specific way for them to give you enough milk, more than what comes naturally just to feed the calf, right? Because you can have a cow and one calf, right? And the cow can feed the calf, and then there is like 200 milliliters every couple of weeks that is like left over, right? That's not what a person wants when they intend to exploit a cow. So you must feed them in a certain way. So like everything about this situation You have to think about what you want from them and not like about the animal's best interest. If you bring them into existence to exploit them, almost like every decision goes through that prism of exploiting them, and it's never in the best interest of the animal. In the best interest of the animal would be to not be born in the first place.
Yeah, if you told me like my life is gonna be full of if my life is I'm not gonna exist or I'm gonna exist with like cancer for 2 years, I would prefer not to exist. You know?
And another thing is like it takes a lot. It takes a lot of food to feed a cow, and so it takes a lot of money. And so that's why animals are killed when they reach slaughter weight or when they can't produce milk or eggs anymore. They're killed. Um, that's why they're killed so young. Is because it's going to cost a whole bunch of money to keep feeding them every day for years and years to let them have a nice, long, happy life, and so that just doesn't happen. And it also veterinary, paying the veterinary or veterinarian to come and take care of the animal when they get sick. It costs money, and so farmers don't want to spend money; they want to make money off of the animals, so they kill them when they're young.
Okay.
Yeah, so small farms, usually when they get like small farms or homesteads, they like get a cow or a goat and they think, oh, they're just gonna graze or whatever, right? And they very quickly find out that there is not enough food. They have to have like 20 acres per cow just to feed them if they will, and usually people don't have that, right? So they must buy food and they must store food in the end, right? And it's incredibly costly. So it's not even worth the 200 milliliters that you
Wait,
get
I got
from
it.
it, right?
Post, I
Wait,
got
what
it.
you get?
On
Yeah.
ChatGPT, I asked it for the average numbers when it comes to like having a cow for 4 years, and the price of it. So one cow, it's $9,000 a year. Woof.
And it's not even considering that they have to buy these cows, like, right? The first investment, they buy the cows, they have to do the fencing, they have to build a barn. There is all kinds of stuff. And the water, nobody thinks about the huge amount of water that a pregnant or a lactating cow drinks to produce this absolutely trivial food. Do you know how much oats you can, like oat milk, you can make from like an acre of oats?
I actually
It's
have this.
incredibly ineffective to have cows for this nutrition. It's incredibly useless.
I have statistics on on that. There you go. There you go. Stats, baby. Woo! Look at this.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, don't eat pistachio. It's the worst than almonds. But everyone has issues with almonds. So, uh,
I
water
mean,
cost over what water cost is not too bad. I just checked. It's around $300 over 4 years. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's
Still,
just the pure expenditure of water, you know. It's like,
I would never eat meat if I know that the source was from a farm like that you playing.
but even
well,
even
it
if
is though.
even hold on, even hypothetically, it's on a nice farm. It's still like exploiting animals that don't have that.
I
Yeah,
know, but it can reduce the problem a little bit if
but
we
this
would
is
cut.
okay. Okay, but this is like if I was smacking my child every day. You said, "Can you at least do it Saturdays and Sundays?" I'll be like, "Yeah, I'm reducing the problem."
no, no.
Like, yeah,
Like
sure,
if you
you are.
can eliminate, like if you can reduce slaughter or reduce like I don't know. I guess you mean welfare. I guess you mean like suffering or whatever, right? If you can reduce suffering, you can eliminate suffering. Right? And you can do that by going vegan. You eliminate the suffering of these animals. Like, why wouldn't you? What's stopping you, I guess?
Personally, I tried to go vegan for a week, and I couldn't consume the food. My stomach couldn't handle the fibers and the the plants that I was eating. It caused me diarrhea and other stuff.
Ooh, I
You
know about
know,
this.
Yeah.
That was because you probably like were on 10 grams of fiber a day and you switched to 40. Probably. I've done this once and I was like, oh, yeah, maybe it's the fiber. What you want to do is when you switch from one diet to another, try to have a limited, like a similar nutritional intake. So, for example, if you are on a low fiber diet, you can you can go from 15 grams to 20 grams to increase it a little bit for your gut microbiome. But you also kind of have to keep an eye on it because if you're gonna go over it, you're gonna have issues like that. So what you want to do is just track your food for at least 2 weeks. That's usually the time where your gut microbiome adjust to the new foods that you're having. So for example, for me, I think did I have a diarrhea? I'm not sure, but I had much more gas because of the fiber change in my gut. But after 2 weeks, I was like, oh yeah, everything's fine now.
Yeah, and I can
Yeah,
tell you
and
about
you regained
specifics.
your
You don't
energy
go for
again.
the
Sorry?
you just I can give you like something specific to do, right? So you don't go immediately for the high fiber food. You don't go immediately for whole plant foods, right? Just go for something like a bit more processed, like tofu. Tofu has doesn't have that much fiber. Seitan has like I think closer to zero fiber, right? So you go for those foods, and then slowly you like add in some lentils in there, right? But basically, the thing is that this can be solved. And frankly, if you go to Challenge 22, they have like dietitians on staff that can help you prepare a vegan diet for the first few weeks until your body kind of adjusts to high fiber food. And frankly, you probably should do it anyways, even if you like, I don't know, because fiber is like incredibly beneficial to longevity and health altogether. So if you are like on a low fiber food diet right now, you should probably start exiting that circle of hell and consume more fiber.
And what people usually recommend is it's not to switch your diet entirely as quickly over one day. It's just to change bits and pieces within your diet.
And you slowly regain your energy again, right?
Energy is usually just the calories and micronutrients that you're consuming. So if you eat the same amount, also same nutrition that you do when it comes to animal products, you're gonna have the basically almost identical outcomes. But then if you want better outcomes, then you look into the studies of like how do I have better this X, Y, or Z. So, for example, if you want better recovery in the gym, try to avoid like foods that can raise your cholesterol, like coconut oil. You're not gonna see the changes immediately, but over like these are the kind of changes you do for like longevity.
And I would
Yeah,
say
but the
like
point is that basically, if you eat enough calories, right, you're gonna be all right. And if for the first 2 weeks you kind of lost and you kind of don't know what to eat, like I went vegan overnight and I had absolutely no idea what to eat. So for the first 2 weeks, I was a bit weak. I just didn't have enough food. I just didn't know. Like I replaced these high calorie foods with incredibly low calorie foods because all I did is like eliminate animal products from my diet and didn't replace them with high calorie foods, vegan foods, right? But everything can be adjusted. You can't actually tell anything about a diet from first week, especially if you didn't, make the effort to like learn about the diet first. And literally,
yeah.
like, if you punch in, oh, how do I go vegan into the internet, or follow the link in the chat, like Challenge 22, are people gonna help you? You know why?
Yeah.
We're morally motivated for animals to stop being slaughtered for trivial food. That's it. That's why we are
Yeah.
spending like literal hours here, right? Talking to people, asking them to follow their moral, I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
Values.
Sorry.
Yeah, the
uh,
moral values.
Yeah.
what about if someone is doing bodybuilding and I have like for example protein powder and
Yeah.
I used to have like protein problems when I was vegetarian. I had like ate a lot of beans and stuff. I didn't like I used to consume them really a lot, but it didn't work out for me. So I turned out to going to protein powder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there
Yeah,
like
well, there is vegan protein powder, so I like pea protein. I don't know why. I got used to it. The flavor was kind of weird at first, but I kind of like it. Soy protein is incredibly like high in protein. But one of the most protein heavy foods is actually vegan, and that's seitan. Like per calorie, it has more protein than any animal food existing, basically. I think like maybe chicken breast is close to that, but Satan takes the cake. But
Yeah,
like
and I'll post in.
supplementing,
I'm po- I was just gonna say I'm posting in the chat some vegan protein powders that I use. Rice and peas. Yeah, so that makes a complete protein, and it's good. Yeah, go ahead, postmortem. You were gonna say something.
I'm alright.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say like I stopped eating animals 15 years ago, and I didn't have any recipes lined up or anybody to help me, or I don't know if there were recipes online at the time, but I didn't look them. I didn't even look them up. I was just like, oh, I guess I'll just eat beans instead of beef, and pasta and rice and beans and tofu and bread and for fruits and vegetable seeds, nuts, all that stuff. And then I was able to find some vegan burgers and stuff like that. But back in 2009, they didn't have many options. So what I'm saying is right now it's way easier than when I did it. And so if I can do it, you can do it. I'm not cooler than you. I'm not stronger than you. And now like with those resources online, it makes it really easy. And we're all just volunteers advocating for the animals just for free. We're not trying to sell anything or nothing. So check out some of those links that we're posting in the chat.
yeah, I
Yeah.
will do that. Yeah.
So you're saying that that one of the reasons you go vegan is the animal cruelty, right?
Yeah,
So
definitely. That's
I wanna know your opinions about the 2 years ago they invented 3D printed vegan meat, or meat. Basically, they grab the genes that make assemble the meat, and they 3D printed, and they produce meat without slaughtering any animals or hurting any animals. Then it form as real meat, and they consume it.
I've
What's
heard
your
about
opinion
that. Yeah.
about that? Yeah,
Yeah, that's often called lab grown meat or
yeah,
cultured meat. Yeah, I personally, so long as no animal is exploited and killed, but sometimes then I'm fine with it. I wouldn't eat it myself because I just don't like the taste of real meat anymore because I've been off of it for so long. But if somebody wants to do that, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But again, that would like some of those companies might still be exploiting and killing animals to get the fetal bovine or bovine fetal serum or whatever it's called to start the process. But if that's not happening, and I think there's at least one company where that's not the case, Good Food Institute or something like this, or I can't remember. Memphis Meats, yeah, Memphis Meats. So then, yeah, like, cause most vegans like I don't care what you're eating. I just care that animals are being tortured and killed. So if no animal is being tortured and killed, then I don't really have a problem with it. But
Yeah. Also, like, you should discuss whether or not you eat those things after you've gotten off eating actual animals that have been killed, right? Like, you know, you stop eating the animals and then you work out how to replace them, right? You don't worry about like waiting for the replacement so that you can stop eating animals.
Yeah, I want to stop eating animals, but I have a disease called the lack of G. I know G6PD. You know that exists in the beans and the other form of plants. You know that G6PD enzyme.
No, I'm not familiar with that. Can you type it out in chat? Because I'm not really understanding exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Or can you send a link of some kind about it so that I can learn more? G6PD. No, I've never heard of that.
What is that?
Does that just mean you can't eat certain plant
G6PD
foods?
deficiency.
Glucose 6 sulfate dihydrogenase. Dihydrogenase.
Okay, well, what I would do is type in the condition that you have or the illness or whatever it is. Go into Google search or Chat
It's
GPT or something and type in your condition and a vegan diet and see what comes up because maybe there's a bunch of options still for you. Because there's a lot of plant foods out there.
So it basically
yeah.
just
I'm
says
searching.
avoid flava beans, legumes, and artificial food
Yeah,
dyes.
yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Right, so you'd probably have to
Okay.
get your protein from like whole food.
Wait, I'm checking this right now.
Me too.
So
Me too, Felix. So
Teehee.
so you'd probably have to get your protein from non-legume based sort of sources,
Nuts.
right? So you can get it from nuts. Like there are places that use wheat protein. Seitan is wheat based protein, so that wouldn't be an issue. But yeah, you'd sort of just have to avoid legumes.
Wait,
Which
pea protein's fine, right?
no,
Yeah, it should be
peas are
fine.
a
Oh,
legume, my darling.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There is
chickpeas and
no.
peas are both legumes.
Okay, well that rice protein powder has got a lot of protein in it. It's packed full. Even though rice itself usually doesn't have a lot of protein in it compared to some other foods like nuts or
Yeah,
seeds.
nuts is awesome
Um,
for proteins, but
Yeah, peanuts are
unfortunately,
legumes as well, so you can't have peanuts.
yeah.
But rice and wheat both have a lot of protein in, and there's a lot of products that extract that protein and then condense it. Seitan, as had been mentioned quite a few times, is a great source of protein that is from wheat.
They said to me when I was younger that if you grow up, it will eventually go away. But when I do my exams last months, they said you still have it.
okay,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I've got a friend who's vegan, who he's actually a cartoonist for The Simpsons, which is just funny. But
Wow.
anyway, he is vegan, and I think he's like 60 or 70 years old, and he has a bunch of allergies to some plant foods, like 12 different allergies. So he can't have nuts, he can't have this, he can't have that. So, but he still wants to be vegan for the animals, and so he makes it work. He just carries around a list in his wallet of the foods that he can't eat, and he shows it to the waiter and says, "Just make sure whatever you serve me doesn't have any of this in it,
I
because I'll
did that
die."
too. Yeah. When I was younger, I did that to my waiter, and they they uh, they basically don't bring me any food because those list contains, yeah, a lot of foods that they put in the
The
menu.
food, yeah. Hmm.
Guys, what about the clothes that in the market? All of them, like I guess from animals. What about them?
Oh,
Like,
Don't buy
clothes?
them.
Yeah, is that what you say? Clothes?
yeah,
Yeah, like leather and fur
yeah,
and wool. Yeah, animals are
shoes.
tortured and tortured and killed at a young age for their skin and fur, so we don't buy it.
What if there's no replacement in our countries? Like, what would you do?
Well, I mean, maybe if an animal or a person has like a human has already died of natural causes, instead of us killing them, like if they die of natural causes, maybe then we can use their skin if we have to, their fur if we have to. But if we don't have to, we shouldn't, right?
Yeah, of course. I didn't mean like in that way. I was like just looking for a replacement for that.
So, like,
Yeah, I mean, usually there's lots of replacements, but we're not really aiming at people who live in some area of the world where they have no other option, you know. But usually people on Discord can afford and have access to another type of
Chase,
jacket that will keep them
if
warm.
if people are on internet, they can use the internet. That's the simple thing, bro. If you're on Discord asking how can I, like, what about me? I live in a place, whatever, bro. You can Google it.
yeah.
You have a
You mean
internet
like
Yes, you
message.
can buy it.
no? You know, it's really hard to buy clothes from the internet, right?
Depends where you live, but you can always use internet as a resource material. You can always look back and see, what does it say about this, about that, and yeah.
No, I can like I've bought like electronics from the internet, but I also bought clothes from there, but they were never my size. They have some different sizes there.
Yeah. I mean, you could buy.
Sorry, can I?
Go on.
Sorry, go, Jess.
So, like, you can, like, clothes are not that difficult, right? Like, I appreciate that, like, wool and leather and like silk are all animals, right? But like, in like today's date, like almost all clothes are made of fucking plastic, right? Like they're all polyester, right? And if you really are worried about ethical clothes, just go buy second-hand clothes from like a charity shop or a place that sells second-hand clothing, right? Because then you're not buying like products that have been produced just for you to wear, but you're buying clothes that would
Yeah,
have otherwise gone in the garbage, right?
yeah, yeah.
Right.
I
Like
see.
it is genuinely really easy to be vegan. You just have to learn like what to do, right? And learning what to do is hard all at once, right? But once you've learned everything, it's really easy, you know?
Yeah,
I in my house I have a
Yeah.
bag of rice that's 10 kilograms of rice, right? And I eat that in about 4 or 5 months. And I just have that with a bunch of vegetables, some legumes. You know, I have a big bag of porridge oats that I have for breakfast every morning with like frozen fruit and like chia seeds and flax seeds. And then I have some like cereals that I have for lunch with oat milk. Right? And I drink a load of coffee with a load of oat milk. And somehow I'm nutritionally fucking complete enough to run ultra marathons. But I really don't put
yeah.
that much effort in.
I believe you. Yeah, of course you do.
Like
It's those oats carrying you, Jess.
it's the oats carrying me. Let's fucking go. It's the dog food that I eat, dude. When I don't have any food and I eat my dog's like fucking vegetable stew that I make him every night for dinner, for my own dinner, that's what's carrying my nutrition.
Lamau.
Lamau. Hey Jesse, you run ultramarathons. What do you eat? I eat dog food. Bruh.
Hey yo,
Yeah, I'm actually like very muscular for a vegan that's supposed to be like deteriorating. I'm incredibly muscular. So
I used to do streams where I cooked my dog's dinner for him. Like I'd like cook like 27 portions of dog food, like with vegetables and stuff. And all the vegans in the chat would be like, Jess, why does your dog eat better than me? Why does your dog have a better diet than me? Yeah.
so you like actually make his food?
Yeah, I cook his food for him. It's
Ah, that's
cheaper.
awesome.
It's cheaper than buying vegan dog food. Like, he has
Man, I
vegan
would
dog food for
love.
lunch, but
Yeah, I'd love that recipe.
I can type it out in chat.
Vegetables and a pot.
Well, there's lots of different plant foods that dogs should avoid, so just curious.
Chocolates, what was it? Cocoa. Or sugar.
gone for a while, but From what I can see, we got like one dude to try veganism.
Is
That's what I was
anybody
hearing.
left with questions on how to go vegan now that we went through like a gauntlet of why we should go vegan?
I guess why is obvious right now,
Yeah.
but like yeah, I guess like maybe some good research has to be done to change the point. Sorry, the style of eating now, and yeah.
So I would genuinely just like go on Veganuary or any website that gives like vegan advice and just start picking menus and just cooking menus, right? And like just cook a bunch of fun vegan food that you'll enjoy eating and you'll work it out as you go. It's dead easy. Right? But following like Veganuary or Challenge 22 or some sort of like vegan organizations like meal advices, it'll be fun. You'll enjoy the food, and you won't have to worry as much about nutrition because you'll just be following what they tell you to do, and they want you to have
Yeah,
nutritious diets.
yeah. I posted one in the chat called howdoigovegan.com, and it's got recipes, but it also has more about the philosophy of veganism and animal rights, and it also has, I think it's got recommendations for movies to watch. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys. Really, I appreciate that you do what you do.
You're very welcome.
One
Thank you.
of us.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, it seems like that.
Bro, you should become an activist as well. Like, I would go like vegan for a month, see what it's like, especially when it comes to social situation, and then learn about activism and become an activist.
I
Actually,
never
I
like.
will
Yeah, go ahead.
go ahead. Okay. Actually, I will try it for a month, and I can easily replace meat with mushrooms
Yeah.
because for me it's the same texture as meat, and I enjoy it
Hmm.
as I enjoy meat.
But keep in
Yeah, but
mind,
also don't
mushrooms.
forget to
Yeah,
yeah,
go
don't
ahead.
forget to add more calories and like more protein, just so
Yeah.
that you don't have like an excuse to stop being vegan after a month, right?
I
With
was about to
mushrooms.
say like
Well,
mushrooms. Mushrooms are low on protein, but
Yeah.
they're really
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so just add
don't forget,
mushrooms for like flavor, but also add like tofu or seitan or chickpeas or
My
lentils
my
for like
darling,
protein and
my
carbs.
darling. This is the person who can't eat legumes.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, that's
well, it seems you're
Uh,
talking to two.
well, what you can
It
do
seems
is
like you're talking to two people, though, right? There's other people in the chat also.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
vegan protein powders can definitely help
I
with
just
that.
wanted to flex that I remember which user
Yeah.
is allergic to. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're good. But
no
yeah, the
problem.
the allergic to the not able to eat legumes one is a hard one, but like there are ways around it. Seitan is really good.
Yeah.
Wheat.
Is Satan?
Tofu.
What is Satan? I think
Go on,
It's made of wheat.
postmortem. Describe Seitan.
Yeah, sure. I actually
Satan
make my own
like the
seitan.
devil.
So yeah. So it's basically the isolated gluten of wheat. So you can find it either already in like a prepared product. Probably you're probably gonna have to like Google about it in your own country, or you can make it. You can buy vital wheat gluten and prepare it. It takes a second to understand what you're doing, but once you do it, it's incredibly cheap and it's incredibly protein heavy per calorie. It's like almost twice as much protein as in beef, for instance. It's
Uh,
like 1.5. So
I actually got statistics on it because I was trying to find it. You can save this for later if you're interested. There you go. It's only going to be the side channel. This is 100 grams comparison.
yeah, yeah, fuck yeah. And
Crazy.
so if you can't find neither seitan nor vital with gluten where you are, what you can do is actually like buy regular white flour and make it from that. And it's also like kind of daunting to learn how to do that. But there are videos that explain it very carefully, and it's actually like the tastiest way to do it, and it's most controlled because you can leave a little bit of starch in there, and it adds like almost like a fatty texture to it. So like from like a bag of white flour, you can make your meat sauce with nothing more than just water and a bit of learning and time. So it's absolutely tasty. And of course, you need to like add like flavorings to it when you cook it, like something like maybe like a chicken flavor, you know, like a chicken powder. Make sure that it's vegan, or like a beef taste powder. Also, make sure that it's vegan. And then you're golden, and you get like more protein than any animal product you can find. So
Yeah, this statistics is so awesome. Yeah.
I'm still wondering why bodybuilders are not using that. I don't know.
Presumably they just eat they just eat protein
Because
powder,
why
right?
it's low the IQ
Huh?
levels, I know.
They just eat protein powder, right? Bodybuilders.
but
Yeah.
also like just they just like eat more calories in condenser food, and you know something that contains saturated fat in big amounts is gonna have those calories. But yeah, if they wanted like when they're slimming down, it makes absolutely no sense not to replace like you know ethics aside, not to replace all animals with Satan when they're trying to like slim down.
How
Or
to make
yeah.
Satan at home.
Yep.
I was outreaching.
Not a religion.
I'm
Not,
telling you,
not, not
you're
a
gonna
religion.
get hooked. It's delicious when you make it at home. It's absolutely fantastic. When you don't make it at home, it's kind of like a meaty pancake, which is also amazing and delicious. But when you make it at home, it's like I don't know. It's like really like you can make it like pork belly kind of texture if you stop washing the starch at a certain point. And even at that point, when there is like more starch in it, it's still gonna be like much heavier in protein than any animal product, just by the fact that animal products have a lot of fat in them. So per calorie, you get like much more protein with seitan. Yeah.
Cray.
Yeah.
Right then. More non-vegans have joined.
Who's next on the chopping board?
Chopping board.
Imagine.
Camille, are you vegan?
Hmm? Yeah.
No, Camille.
Shit.
I don't know how to say that.
Who's not vegan? Anyone.
I'm not vegan yet. Maybe I'm gonna be today.
Today.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need any help?
I guess no. I had experience like I'm vegetarian, so I can just cut off milk and dairy.
I would say replace it rather than cut it out, because usually people who cut out things from the diets can like have tendencies of going back to it. Just replace it.
Yeah.
Oat milk to dairy milk to oat milk. Best replace, especially for beverages like coffee. The worst mistake is almond milk with coffee. Do not recommend.
I do almond milk, but the thing is
Almond
not
milk is
just
too light for coffee.
about milk. It's about like the chocolate and the cakes and this stuff.
Yeah.
There is vegan chocolate.
Yeah, and you can bake at home. Baking at home is not that hard.
I can't bake.
Baking is dead easy. I promise
There's
you.
always time to start, bro.
Yeah, baking's
Yeah.
dead easy.
I mean, you're gonna
like
fail
you'd be
first time
surprised how
probably, but then you're gonna learn a few things. You know what I mean?
I recently discovered that I can make chocolate cake in my bread maker, It comes out like a bread loaf, but it tastes like chocolate cake. So
Amazing.
you just pour the
Most
ingredients
cool.
in the bread maker and it makes you cake.
It's so easy to make
By the
chocolate
way,
cake,
most
dog. Like
cake mixes and
are
egg mix,
vegan.
pancake mixes are like vegan, I think,
Yeah.
by default, because you're supposed to like add non-vegan stuff into it, I guess. You can replace that shit, and then you get a almost pre-made cake with like a few ingredients added in there. I think. I don't know. I never tried it.
Vegan pancake batter is just flour and oat milk, which is basically flour. Sorry, it's basically oats plus water. But it makes pancakes.
Yeah.
What the
Oh
hell?
man, now I want pancakes.
And like normal pancake recipes, like put the lactic secretions of cows and the fucking unfertilized periods of eggs, and then put them in and whisk them together with flour. It's like, no, you just need flour and water, and you can make pancakes. We don't need all this other
Yeah,
shit.
it's sanity in it. It's fucking insane.
It'd be it.
Sorry for
A lot of
swearing.
people would be
I
surprised how
apologize.
easy it is to make bread. Like so easy to
Any
make
other
bread.
non-vegans in the room?
Imagine how productive we would have been if we were all on OM TV separately. I'm just throwing that out there.
I don't like talking 1-to-1. I like 1v5. That's really fun.
Bruh. Bruh.
It's so much fun.
Unethical activism.
No, you just like piss off the entire group and then like make them educated over time. It's funny.
Right. Since we've got a lull in the conversation, does anyone have any pointers for anyone's outrage?
Pointers.
Postmortem asked me for pointers, and I'm too lazy to type them.
Oh, you can say them.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the first pointer I'd make is I think it's really important that you don't start hostility like at the start, right? Like I think if you can keep the conversation neutral and not have the person who you're talking to feel the need to defend themselves, then they won't. A lot of the time, like people say things that they don't actually believe because they're trying to defend themselves and they're not actually having like an actual sort of like they're not having a conversation with you because they feel attacked. So I think it's really important, even if people are saying things that are utterly abhorrent, right? If you can somehow still like hope to make them think by keeping it sort of like neutral and not like sort of putting them on the defensive, then that's better. Sometimes when people have proven to you that they're just a disingenuous asshole who don't actually care and don't want to learn, then you can start calling them animal abusing pieces of shit, you know. But I think we should try and stay away from that. And then just letting them have like time to sort of speak and trying not to interrupt them, even if like you feel that you know what they're gonna say. I do that a lot. I constantly try and interrupt people.
I mean, sometimes the truth hurts, right?
Yeah, right. But you know, we're here to make vegans, right? We're not here to tell people the truth. We're not here to like, you know. Sometimes you have to be nice to people, even if they're cunts.
Oh.
Right. Right. Because like people are more likely to go vegan if they like you, right? And getting them to like you and then have a decent conversation with you, you can then tell them the truth in a way that they accept because they like you, right?
Yes, I was really affected
Anybody is not
by
vegan
your.
here. There are a few people that join in. Speak up, don't worry. Jess was just talking about us being incredibly likable.
But yeah, I think that's my only point of postmortem. Otherwise, I think you did great.
Someone said something about Jess's activism. What's up?
Whoa, my activism? It's because I always talk about fucking kids, right? Well, I mean, no, sorry, I don't do that.
Hey yo.
Way yo.
Anyway, anyone questions?
How often do you hold these meetings? Like
These meetings, the meetings of the not cult.
yeah, I don't know what you call it. Like
This is like the
you
first. This is like the first big one. Usually it's me, Felic, and Chase, and Davey, and Andre. A
a few others.
few others, yeah. We've had like the most vegans in than before today, I think.
That girl Natalie does a good job. She's only 18, but she's pretty good.
Oh, I've never heard Natalie. I don't think that's cool.
Yeah, she uses an ultra nice approach, and people love her.
It's amazing. I feel like at this point we need to ask for a second room that is vegans are also better, so we can have two different conversations at once.
No, vegans are better times
Vegans are so much better. They need two rooms, you know.
Oh man.
But yeah, get this room in the
Are
first
vegans
place.
better is room number one, or are vegans better-er, I guess? Even
Sure.
better? I don't know.
Vegans are still better.
Still better.
I think Dingus. I think the reason we have this room is Dingus K.
Yeah,
Who's the AV coordinator for California somewhere.
we actually met him. Pretty
Yeah,
decent guy.
he seems like a nice
He
guy.
has vegan cats.
Wow, let's go.
Yeah, they actually have a huge variety of vegan food in the US.
I,
Impressive.
we have a mutual friend who works for Omni.
California, yeah, man. Like, I mean, it's been getting better where I live, but man, it's sometimes it can suck ass, dog.
Jess, do you want to invite this person in your live stream to come talk to us?
Who are they?
Ryan something. I don't know. In your live stream, there's a person that like keeps quoting.
They're
stuff.
vegan. They're vegan apparently.
Ah, they're vegan, are they?
They just hate me for being gay, but they are vegan.
Ah.
They're just not happy that I'm a gay vegan.
Oh shit.
Who is this person? So we can smack him.
I mean, it's what it is, right?
Guys, it was really fun and useful meeting you, I guess. I need to go now. Thank you, guys.
See you later.
Yeah. Pax, but the Packs of Pigs, stay in touch. If you need help, just ask for help, okay?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, bye, guys.
Bye.
Here's a fun meme in the side channel.
That's fantastic. Can you think of a product more disgusting than lard?
Yeah.
Like even
Yes, I can post. So in Thailand, I think, or in some Asian countries, they have half-bred chickens that they actually cook and eat in the egg.
In the egg, yeah.
So when you open up the egg, like you have the fetus inside that's cooked, and people eat that.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I don't know. That still is less disgusting to me than lard for some
No,
reason.
I disagree. I disagree. When I was a non-vegan, I ate fucking everything. Right? I was a piece of shit. I once ate quail, and quail is just a whole bird that you put in the oven, and then you just eat them, skeleton and all. Quail's fucked. But imagine putting a quail in a boiled egg and then eating it all together. That's even more fucked, right? It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's like literally eating like a fetus inside like
some
the
fucked
womb.
up food. I grew up eating just basically like raw eggs immediately as they exit the cloaca. I would just put a hole on one side and a hole on the other side and just suck them out.
Bro.
Yeah.
Yo. Hey yo.
I mean, most non-vegans,
Hey, yo.
when I tell them this story, it kind of irks them.
Jesus.
Oh, I read there's a guy who used to do undercover photography called Rick Hardy, and he wrote an account of once being in a pig slaughterhouse and seeing one of the pigs who just survived the gas chamber, just survived having their throat slit, and drowning to death in boiling water. That's what's happening on stream now. This pig is drowning to death in boiling water, having just had their throat slit and been in a gas chamber. And it was such a horrific account to read, because he talked about them going into the boiling water tank and everyone there realizing they were still alive, but not doing anything about it, and the vet looking at their own feet and not saying anything about what was happening. And they closed the lid on the boiling water tank and they listened to this pig kicking the side of the tank as they drowned to death in boiling water.
Oh, shit.
And I was like, fuck me. I'm going to tell loads of people that. I'm going to go out into the street and I'm just going to tell people about that. It's absurd and insane what we do to animals.
Hey,
Can this not?
Daniela, you vegan?
Oh.
Daniela, you vegan? Oh, Daniel. I guess I'm saying your name wrong. It's Daniel.
You add
is
in
it?
extra vowels.
Damn, Daniel.
I think a lot of
Alright.
psychopaths work at these farms.
Well, so there's really sad statistics actually about how like a lot of the people who work in these industries
are minorities.
Yeah, and in America especially, like a lot of them have come out of the prison system, and the only job they're allowed to do in order to meet their parole is kill animals, right? Like,
Yeah.
and they either have
That's
to be in
definitely
prison or kill animals every day, right? And
I think the practice of this job caused a lot of mental illnesses.
yeah, 100%, 100%. And we saw in
Yeah, I'm
COVID,
actually.
we saw in COVID that like
Yes.
countries were only accepting like immigrants if they were willing to work in like meat production and meat factories, right? Basically slaughterhouses. Like we abuse human beings in this system as well, right? Like it's
And
just really
sometimes
fucked.
keep in mind, a lot of immigrants like think that if they go to work in those places, they can bounce from those places to somewhere higher.
Yep.
That's usually what That's the idea. Okay, I'm gonna work a really shit job, but probably go get a better job over time.
No.
But that's not always like when you get paid minimum wage, it's really difficult to
a
do.
It
trap.
changes. This
Yeah.
job is can change you.
It
In
can,
fact,
yeah.
Yeah. I
But some people don't think about that.
yeah, I know a few ex-slaughterhouse workers who've become vegan, and they're massive advocates now because of the fact that they didn't just contribute to the system by paying for it. They were literally the dude holding the bolt gun that killed all the cows, which must be hard.
I know.
Yeah, I'm actually interviewing an ex-slaughterhouse worker who turned vegan activist on my channel on Saturday.
Who?
And yeah, it's Doug Mo.
Oh, Doug. I know
Doug.
Doug.
Yeah, Doug. Yeah. We're gonna go through like excruciating, minute details of what a slaughterhouse looks like and what goes through, what an animal goes through from starting to end.
Wow.
It's gonna be gruesome, but hopefully we can learn some things that we don't actually know about slaughterhouses right now. That's my point about it, right?
Presumably you asked him in advance. That you told him in
Of course, of
advance.
course.
Yeah, that you want. Yeah. He's not doing very well at the minute,
Yeah.
so be gentle.
Sorry?
He's not doing very well at the minute, so be gentle.
Oh shit. I'm sorry, I didn't know. But yeah, we met. We met for a minute, and I told him what my plan is, and we talked about it a little bit, and he agreed. But okay, I'll try to be gentle.
He joined the intersectional vegan argument on the side of intersectionality, and there's a lot of really hostile people in the vegan movement who who don't like intersectionality. And old Doug decided to be an ally. Yeah.
What's into what?
Intersectionality. So this idea that as vegans we should also care about humans, like, and we should not allow people to be sort of prominent within vegan activism who have like abhorrent views regarding minorities or like gay people or things like that.
Oh.
This idea that we should hold vegans to account for other views other than veganism, and veganism shouldn't give you like carte blanche to be racist.
Oh yeah.
Whereas other people would argue that if you're vegan, you should be protected no matter what.
But in order for your animals to
Like some
go
fucking.
vegan,
It's like this.
it's so it can cause a lot of health issues for the animals like cats and dogs.
No, it's not true actually. There's some studies recently that show that vegan cats and vegan dogs actually live longer. And the reason there's not more studies is because it's not been a thing that we've studied long enough, because only recently we've had access to like large populations of cats and dogs that are on vegan diets.
The studies are just like questionnaires usually, which means that we haven't really looked into the we haven't dissected the cat to truly know all of this. But long story short, we have the evidence from people, giving vegan cat food to cats.
Well, I mean,
And they
there's
don't like
there's the evidence that the second oldest dog ever to live was vegan, right? That's pretty good
Yeah.
evidence, right? Like, you know,
I
there's
think like when it comes to cats, they're more problematic with some people because they're actual carnivores rather than omnivores, and dogs are omnivores.
yeah, cats are obligate
That's
carnivores, so they
yeah,
can't synthesize taurine, and you have to feed them taurine.
yeah.
So it doesn't actually kind of matter what adaptations an animal has. The adaptations are to like nutrients, right? And not to specific
Yeah.
foods. So if you can get like a formulated food in a way that provides all the nutrients that a cat or a dog needs, then who cares,
Yeah.
right?
Do you know the funny?
I
Do you
think it's
know? Do you know the
yeah,
funny origin story of why vegan cat food exists? Post-mortem.
yeah. No.
No. So cats are obligate carnivores, which means they need to eat taurine, right? So taurine is within meat, but if you boil meat, it degrades the taurine. So obviously cats were historically fed rather shit, meat sources, right?
Yeah.
So they would boil the meat to get rid of all the diseases and germs and things and parasites quite a lot, which degraded the taurine. So they would then add taurine back to the finished product at the end. They were adding plant-based taurine to meat-based cat food. And someone was like, if we're just like adding plant-based taurine to meat cat food, why don't we just add it to plants and make plant-based cat food? So they did, and they created plant-based cat food. But every time anyone comes up to you on the street and says that, my cats are, carnivores, they need meat in order to survive, they need to eat meat, they're probably eating supermarket cat food, and that supermarket cat food probably just contains plant-based taurine. Um, so they're really, really wrong in so many ways.
Yeah, but it's more than that. Like cat food, like the shittiest cat food, it basically has like 96% is just like grain and shit, and
Yeah.
like only 4% is meat. And the meat is like loosely defined. It's basically just like scrapings from the slaughterhouse, like all the shit that is not suitable for human consumption. So you can only imagine what's in that shit. Like I think we just saw a pile of bird on like just a bird and offal. I think it's basically that stuff, but only if you can't sell it to like humans to eat. Which now like that the carnivore dieters are like willing to eat testicles and penises and all that stuff.
Hello,
I think
hello,
cats
hello.
are starving in the world.
Wait,
Hello.
Post. If you think that's bad, there's a trend with drinking raw milk.
Oh my god, it's the bane of my existence. I can't believe it. I have I think 3 videos on my channel about like don't do this stupid shit or do, but just don't, just be prepared to be sick. Just be prepared to fucking die.
I almost never show people factory farm footage. I just explain it and then tell them to go watch Dominion. And a lot of people do.
Yeah, I was going to ask you earlier, like,
I think most
I think
people have good enough imagination, like
Wait, let Davey ask that
brave.
question. Let Davey ask that question. Go on, Davey.
well, I was just going to say I was really affected by your description. I was welling up, but most of the times when I hear people attempt to walk through it, it comes off much more accusatory than I think they intend, just because of the subject matter.
No.
Like even some of the nicest activists, like Vegan Power Lab Chip, he often describes the dairy process in his outreach, and I can just watch them like tuning out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm good at it.
And maybe it was the way you phrased it, like you stuck with the second person throughout, where you were continually putting the. Oh, can you not hear me, Postmodem?
Imagine muting Davey Hell. What a cunt. What a fucking cunt. That's animal abuse.
He wouldn't.
They wouldn't. Oh, look how good Davey is. We love Davey. Davey's so strong. Well done, Davey.
Are they still debating LGBTQ down there in the religious room?
Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. I think I've done it so many times. I think you sort of, I don't know.
So I have to go. I learned the Satan recipe, and I will do it at home.
Hey.
Thank you for the good
Awesome.
information.
Good luck.
Yeah. Go get those gains, mate.
A lot of people you have gotten
Well,
to go vegan in here.
well done on being day one vegan.
Okay, Jess, what do you
Bye.
think of the side image?
What are you
Just
showing
curious.
Hot dog water. I.
Let me try to find this image. Hold on.
I don't know. I think you just describe like the experience they go through. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to do it, but I think every time I describe it, it makes me cry, and I've made a lot of people cry by describing it. Um, and I did so much Omega outreach with the bot, and the moment you turn on the dead animals, they don't want to talk to you. But if you describe it, like they don't skip, and they can't close their eyes for your description, you know, they just have to listen. Like if you can get people to use their imagination, like you can show them whatever the fuck you want. So
Wait, where is this? I'm trying to find this article because it was amazing.
now you want to sit next to me, dog. After hours of not wanting to sit next to me, now you do. You're a cutie.
There was this amazing image I had. I need to find it because I'm so annoyed now. Oh.
I have a thing in my diary for tomorrow, and I genuinely don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Doing something.
I'm doing something at 9 a.m. and I don't know what. I'm kind of worried. I should probably try and work out what it is.
I have to go to work tomorrow.
Oh.
Worst thing ever.
I gotta go to work in a little bit.
I wish I had to go to work. I wish the jobs that I'd been applying for were like, yo, Jess, do you want to come do this
I can't
job?
find the article, but I'll kind of explain it. There was an article about people who drink raw milk, especially in milk with bird flu in it, because they believe that they can prevent themselves having bird flu by drinking bird flu. Like both the immune system.
Yeah, they think they're gonna develop immunity in it.
I think I'm gonna build my immunity to gunshots by like getting gunshots, you know, and shot like every day.
Start with the small caliber first.
Nah, I'll start with the 50 first, dude. Come on, bro.
Oh man.
Oh man. I mean, evolution should be taught in schools more and better. I didn't learn evolution in schools.
Well, this is my recollection, so.
It's because of religious people.
I didn't actually learn like the proof of religion until like a year ago when Eurodose told me it, and I was like, oh shit, that's the proof for evolution. I didn't know that. The proof
Yeah,
for
same. I was
evolution.
incredibly old.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such a big subject, right? I mean, just like the existence of biology proves evolution. Just like the exists.
No, there's like like so. The way that they prove that evolution is like mathematically impossible not to have been true is basically what happens is like as you sort of exist, you'll occasionally get like small I don't know if they're phages, but they're basically like uh, things happen to your DNA that cause minor like tiny parts of it to be missing. And then when you have children, they have the exact same pieces of DNA missing, and that will continue, right? And over time, if you look back at our DNA, we can see the same sort of DNA defects in our DNA as that of chimpanzees in the exact same place. which means that we have
Yeah.
we have like had a common ancestor with the chimpanzee, right? And then we have all different ones over our sort of like evolution history, right? But you can sort of work out which humans evolved from like different groups of humans based on like where like parts of their DNA are missing. So it's like a your DNA is like a key that matches a lock, and you can know exactly like sort of which animal had a common ancestor with other animals.
Yeah. Yeah, genetics. I don't know. People like who like reject evolution for some reason, like think that paternity tests are okay, but somehow the genetic testing, like of different animals, is not okay. It makes no sense.
Because a lot of Christians have snuck in that like forms of like microevolution are like true, but it just depends on the type of Christian that you're talking to. But I don't know, it's the same type of people that will like literally reject like every single mental health illness. But like if you talk to them about soldiers who have PTSD, you're like, yeah, dude, that shit's like so serious, like goddamn, like shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah. Guys, I think I'm gonna bail.
That's okay.
I
They're called
think.
Here's
pseudogenes.
interesting anecdote. This is just like my nerd shit, just stuff I've been researching. In World War II, General Patton, he was an American general, I think for the United States Army. He kind of was a dick. I mean, he was the dick in general, but he basically went around slapping like PTSD soldiers that were like in medical beds, saying like, "Oh, they're taking up beds for soldiers who actually need it. They're not like shot or anything." It's like, I mean, I don't know. You can give him a little leeway because like a lot of people didn't know like how crazy PTSD was because at the time it was just called shell shock, but still like he just like was kind of shown to like adamantly deny like any like battle fatigue whatsoever.
Anyway, for anyone who's going, it was nice talking with you.
Yeah.
Anyone who's staying, we're gonna do more activism if people are gonna come.
I'll come back in like an hour. If you meet a mod, Felix, I don't have camera permissions anymore, and I never had ban permissions. Ask them why they're transphobic bags of shit. I mean, ask them why I don't have these privileges. Think about it.
Sure.